Morning, guys. Second, setting up this channel. Cool. How's everyone doing today? Isn't it all just a trap? The whole market is sort of. Good morning, Carl. 100K buy wall at 36.50. I mean, sell wall. It's not small. 37.4. Oh, 37.41. It looked like it was just a spike with some with a SPY volatility here. My mic is not muted. This pump before the dump after GDP? Maybe. We could be pretty choppy for the next like 2 days. So be wary of that. There's really no reason for us to go down, at least today. There's no big news or anything. No worries, Glider. Buongiorno. 3x741 new SS meme. Oh boy. Could you provide some background on Fregsday? What about it, Mr. Little Pickle? Like, what was Fregsday? Fregsday was November 24th. It was the day that everyone got rug pulled. It was rough. Went down like $40 in 30 minutes. Do options exercise show up in time and sales and volume? No. It's really hard to track options exercise. SPY pump back to 400 possible before Wednesday. Maybe, although I'd expect it to hit a lower high. I didn't call you a shill. Are you one? CC's risky at this point. It depends on how far out of the money you are. I don't think they're as risky as they were last week. Ding ding. Plus FOMO stuff. They'll try to shake off longs now till like September. Maybe pop it any moment in August. Yeah, August kind of is really my next point of interest. I think I'm still getting like bad OI data though. So I'm waiting for that to normalize. I think people want to know who or what is Freg. Freg was the best. Freg was my friend. Freg's now gone. I was married on Freg's Day many years ago. Happy marriage, but terrible day now. Your anniversary is forever haunted. Spy 520 end of year. No. Would it be wise to try to get assigned on $5 CSPs for Bobby to lower average and then sell CCs at lower strikes? I really don't think Bobby is like the best stock to sell CCs on, but I mean, if you own it anyway, why not? His name was Robert Paulson. So we're thinking this week is just going to be price settling post split. We'll see some action going into August. I think the potential to see some action going into August is pretty good. Oh God, I still have these open. Okay, here. We'll see as OI builds over the next couple weeks. If the OI I'm seeing right now is correct, then August looks pretty spicy based on the amount of contracts expiring. Since you say Gmail is overpriced, will you be looking to sell CSPs on it this week? No, I would be selling covered calls on it if I thought it was, significantly overpriced. Not CSPs, right? If you expect something to drop, you don't generally sell CSPs on it. That's just how you get assigned. Can you see the split improved liquidity because the number is blinking faster now? Sure. There's definitely some improvement in liquidity, but it's still not great. Like the bid ask spread's still unusually wide, especially now that we have a float of like 260 million shares. Current theories on who Freg is: Bigfoot, DFE, Batman, alt pigeon whale account. Pi-Fi's alt pigeon whale account. He only goes on while taking peyote. Yes, Carl. That's the one. I'm still getting odd data from my brokers. Like there's still some pre-split stuff being used. Does it normally take some time to get fixed? Yeah, usually a few days. Any merit to the July 26, 27 theory on your sub? July 26, 27, like T+2 exposure? There could be some, but based on our current price, I wouldn't say that there's much gamma exposure. You forgot your damn coffee again. It's cold now. Jesus Christ. I like it cold. On a bicycle towing a small red wagon labeled Herald and followed by vandalized camel ridden by several smoldering poodles and an angry mouse. Why do I buy you coffee at all? Thank you so much, Bithead. I didn't realize I'd forgotten my coffee, but I appreciate you ensuring that it was provided before this market day. What are some stocks that I can wheel that I can actually afford? Ooh, that's tough. There's a really fine line between being able to afford something and it worth being wheeled. Uh, hmm. It's a good question. Generally, you want something with higher IV and like a decent price. Now I punish you with memberships. Suffer under the wrath of Lady VWAP. Oh god, no, not more. Do you see that WeBull was saying Jimmy was suspended all week? No. Jimmy will go up and down to the night. You can use my TA. Thank you, Ace Ventura. So 260 million float now. 312. Where are the other 52 million? Computer share? No, those would still be listed in the free float. I don't think you're talking about shares outstanding, right? The shares outstanding number is a little bit off. But we had 78 million shares outstanding previously, not free float. SPY volume is usually so much higher when the day starts. I mean, liquidity across the market's been kind of dropping off lately anyway, right? Roaring Kitty. I'm not Freg. I'm also not a cat. Thank you. I know you're not Freg. But it gets the people going. Oh, Jesus Christ. What did he do? Bithead, you son of a bitch. Thank you so much. Guys, big shout out to Bithead if he hooked you guys up with a free membership. And welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, Veru's pretty cheap. Dear God, Bithead. What in the actual fuck? Thank you so much again, man. Guys, big shout out to Bithead for ensuring that you all permanently have Cornishon forever. Gifted. I almost called him that. I just want to say thank you to whoever got me my free membership last Thursday. It was probably Bithead. There's like the probability is really high. You said that Tesla has a lot of strength at 803 right now. No. Tesla has some support at 800, but after that it's pretty shit. I should probably actually buy some puts there. Let's do uh I would be careful with Tesla though, because there's a lot of gamma exposure from last week. Guys, welcome to Cornishon and Bithead. Thank you so much, man. I wish I could split it on my holiday days remaining. Thank you. Greetings from Serbia. I appreciate it. I don't have to play Bithead the Pigeon Whale song now. Because being a boss this morning.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Jimmy detached from DPY? What? Fee reset 33%. Okay, yeah, I know it dropped back down. Bithead's long memberships. He's got a whole strategy. He wrote a DD on it. You think we could hit as low as 31 this week if the SPY drops? Yeah, potentially. 31-ish. Like that range. We're still not really sure where the resistance is going to be there. But I would say it'd be around like 31.50, 31.67. Carl, damn, it feels good not having to rely on Bithead for a membership. Riku. Also, I appreciate you, but I don't know how to express my emotions because of my low T. So it comes out in the form of playground teasing by calling you a shill. You shill. Thank you so much, Carl. I appreciate your repressed sensibilities. Kegel's McHuge beef. Petition for Bithead to be known as Gifthead. So say we all. Play the real song, the one from Vlad, I think. From Visceral? Which Vlad? Are you talking about the pickle song? When are you planning to sell CCs again? Maybe in a minute here. So coming back up a little bit. God, they suck so bad. 12s. Hmm. Spy next resistance to the downside. Let me check my other chart. 393. It kind of just like hit it and bounced a little, I think, just now. No, it came close to it and bounced a little. It still doesn't look very strong. Money if you cannot use it to make others and yourself happy. Fair. I don't think OPEX can be realized until Freg returns, like in March. I will await his coming. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night I can feel my leg and my arm, even my fingers. Okay, you know that's normal, right, Elon? To feel your body parts? Crazy anti-GME NFT campaign this weekend. Wait, what? Who cares? Could have started MOASS, but buys everyone memberships instead. Yeah, this is the way. Oh, Jesus. The chat is moving way too fast. Will you sell CCs 10% in the money 14 days out? Or 0.2 delta weeklies? It's a good question. I don't know. If we stay here above like 35 for a minute, I might sell some in the money CCs. It's just not great. I was hoping we'd get a little better move to the upside. so I might wait till tomorrow. I know you don't like playing earnings, but what do you think about Visa earnings tomorrow? Hard pressed to believe they're going to miss with everyone relying more and more on credit. Yeah, but how much of it is priced in, Shandy? Like, Visa's been running, I considered it as well, but Visa's been running pretty hard for like a week straight. Have you thought of doing a collab between Dillionaires and Chameleonaires? I don't know what those are. The test results say you are the father. Thanks for letting Elon know. Since recession was redefined, how do you think markets will react to this week to impending doom? Yeah, I don't feel like recession has actually been redefined, regardless of what, the political powers that be decide to whether to call it a recession or not. It's still a fucking recession. So I looked at my broker inbox and compared the documents from Google split and the GME split. Both say the shares can't be traded until settled. With Google, there's a date. With GME, there isn't. Interesting. I don't know why there would be a. I mean, one's a forward split, one's a dividend split. I'm not sure what you mean can't be traded until settled though. Like the split shares? That's because yeah, that you can't trade the shares that have split until they're in your account, obviously. But I'm not sure what you mean besides that. What if all the membership gifting was just to make it easier to flood the chat? Yeah, no, probably not. RDBX halted. Interesting. Hmm. Congratulations, Rocket Man. When does this split chart go away? I'm tired of not being able to use hour charts. Looks so tiny. What? It should be working already, isn't it? Oh, no. WeBull will update it at some point. Who the fuck knows when? $31.50, great time to buy calls for August OPEX. Maybe. Probably if we hit 31.50 this week, I would be patient with entering anything for August OPEX. But considering we've been running in advance of OPEXs for the last couple months, I would say it may be a little better not to wait too long. At least for maybe like a small at the money position. I wouldn't do it now though. I mean, we're still like 3 weeks out. Pods of the Pickles. I went back and looked. It's the song by Yuri that you released on July 21st. Oh, okay. You could have just said that in chat without donating more money, Bithead, but thank you. I know which one you're talking about.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Is it because of the flock of pigeon whale cooing at the end? Is that what does it for you, Bithead? What is Cat doing? Probably not a lot of interesting shit. Kind of bouncing a little bit. It's doing all right. How's the Dow today? Yeah, Dow's up. If Cat retests 182, I'll probably bail and look to move back in next week. Still looks like yep, I got it, Yuri. Thank you, man. Before I put in my application for mod, can you tell me if health insurance is HMO or PPO? It's non-existent. Redbox to PCO. I'll throw 420 away for it. Just wait till they reopen the options chain, right? I'm gonna test 190 today and tomorrow. Witness me. That'd be cool. What starter Pokemon would you choose? Squirtle, Bulbasaur, or Charmander? Squirtle. Squirtle's the best. What's the news here? Hmm. It's the cultist chanting of up, which does it for me. I see. We're really gonna go up today, tomorrow, aren't we? Bull's still around. Short's getting ready. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't really think GameStop looks good for an upside move for some time. Um, RDBX, BBBY inversion, demand zone inflation. No. Time for puts on Tesla. I have like a straddle. We'll see how it plays out. When Tesla under 800. Tricky. I I'm willing to play the downside of Tesla today, but I'll probably close it um before tomorrow. Tesla's got probably quite a bit of gamma exposure going into tomorrow. And then I'll maybe reopen the short side of it tomorrow. Like later in the day tomorrow. So why don't your weird gambles never pay off? Because they're turd fergs plays. What's RDBX doing? Weird shit. Besides, well, nothing, but also weird shit. Oh wait, it has options again? Oh, they're close only. August 5th, 35cc is safe. A little bit risky. Is Bobby drilling for oil? Yeah, it would appear that way. I don't know how much is going to change over there in the next week. I'll know the economy is turning around once the Fed members buy back in, stating we felt it necessary to buy stocks in order to bring back confidence in the markets. uh, exactly. That's how you time the bottom. Also, maybe like I said, one bet after next leg down for ST stuff. Hmm. Last Friday about puts on the SPY. Outside of support and resistance, was there another indicator that you followed? I mean, the volume trend implied that it was going to break down. Uh, Not really. Like, are you asking if there's like an oscillator or something? No. I'm holding September and November puts, including Tesla. First leg at 740. I think these will print. I'm hoping for a leg down this week. I mean, they could, but you're going to need the market to fall off pretty hard for 740 puts to print on Tesla. Maybe into the latter half of this week. Con knock. Sold 729, 370, 37cc on GME this morning. I think that's a decently safe play. I mean, you're pretty far out of the money. Barring like a big rally on the SPY or something, you should probably be fine. Just make sure you're not selling more than you can buy back. How do you determine if it's wiser to buy a Tesla put versus selling Tesla covered calls? Why not do both? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on your position. Like if you own Tesla shares, I mean, I'm not going to sell covered calls on Tesla if I don't own it, right? But I already have Tesla CCs sold at like the 900 strike from last week. How are you feeling about Bobby in the next couple of weeks with the Freeman purchase, along with theirs and RC's advisory notes from the buy-ins? Possible ups soon, or thinking it's just spicy for now? I think they're kind of forcing Cohen's hand. And that's probably the biggest reason they bought shares is knowing that, if Cohen doubles down, they'll be able to sell their shares to cover a large portion of that unsecured debt. And it won't cover the debt, but they'll make their money back, right? How weird does it feel being a 6x GME holder? Feels pretty fucking awesome, Azer. I'm not gonna lie to you. Mm. It makes it a little daunting to sell covered calls, though. It may be the most stock I've ever had of one company. Have you discussed your thoughts on this Blockbuster stuff? I talked about it a bit yesterday in like the members stream. I really don't know if it means anything yet. We'll have to see what comes of it. Can we hit $36 this week? Sure. Welcome to the channel, everyone. I ask that you be excellent to the people you meet here. Join the Discord. It's a good time and you can learn stuff. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. It looks pretty neutral. I kind of expect the market to be just pretty choppy for the next 2 days. There's some like new home sales tomorrow could start to bring like a bit of a negative edge. Um, Maybe the durable goods report on Tuesday. Or no, that's Wednesday morning, I think. Yeah, Wednesday morning. But most of the big changes are going to happen with the Fed rate decision, which doesn't come until 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Does CCs affect anything else when it comes to price action or hedging? I mean, market makers are usually buying covered calls as a hedge, right? So no. Do you have your target percent returns on your SPY options? I just started trading the SPY and I'm getting 10 to 30%. It's actually not bad. These are a little longer dated, so they're kind of a bigger like swing play rather than like an intraday play game start. So my target's, roughly 50% on them. I technically hit it a little bit on Friday, but not enough. I'm kind of waiting for like the 390 leg to get in the money before I start selling out of it. Do you think Alphabet and Microsoft earnings will be positive tomorrow? Might that push the SPY rally? And if so, how high can it go? Um, no, I don't think Microsoft or Alphabet are going to have particularly good earnings this quarter. They may beat expectations a little bit, but I'm not seeing it. I think Microsoft is expected to come in under. I think the estimate right now is at like 2.29, but the previous quarter was like 2.2. So I wouldn't say it looks great. Quarter two is gonna hurt a lot. Or, well, I guess what's Microsoft's one that's coming up? Is it Q4 22? It's weird. That can't be right. It's on July 26th. And then Google could. I think their last earnings were kind of shit. Yeah, they missed on the last earnings. If they're in line with like kind of the other ad supported things like Meta and Snapchat and stuff like that, I think they'll also have a bit of downside. Apple, I do not expect to do well. I think Apple's going to do terribly on their earnings. So uh, with that in mind, even if Microsoft might hit, they might be the closest one. I expect Google to miss a little bit, and Apple to probably miss by quite a bit. So, you know, I don't see how that would be a positive or spark a rally. I think most of the SPY's potential over the next 2 weeks is going to be largely determined by the Fed rate on Thursday or on Wednesday. There's a so there's some sort of blockbuster GME NFT thing, maybe. You think 175 P 819 still a decent play? It's IWM out right now. It's a little bit far out of the money. I don't think my targets were that low. I have to look at my. Hold on. I have my IWM chart over here. I still have puts on it. But I'm trying to see relative to where it's trading now. It looks like shit. 1 second. Let me go look. I mean, I right now trading at like 180. I don't see why you wouldn't want to target like 178. 175 is a little risky. It's not terrible, but it's a little risky. If the Fed doesn't do anything surprising, it may not drop lower than 175. XRT getting the hammer. Yeah, I see that. Have you entered Amazon puts yet, or are you waiting till after earnings? I'm kind of waiting till the market stops being so fucking choppy. You'll probably have to be careful with entering the downside over the next 2 days. What would this mean for SPY? I mean, it probably means a drop off into the end of the week. I've seen several articles saying that new home sales have hit rock bottom, and that report will be crazy bearish. I don't know if that's entirely true. It doesn't look good, but yeah, it could start to move things. I agree in some sense. It's not going to be bearish for a lot of the things that I trade, but it could be bearish. Hmm. Oh, this chop is going to be a killer. What's the blockbuster thing you were referring to? Redbox gonna hit 100% today. Cool. If I want to exit my position around the current price, would it be ideal to sell at the money or slightly out of the money leaps to gain some premium? Or would they be less likely to be called because theta bought? They'd be less, the further dated they are, the less likely they are to be called, even if they're in the money. Is there a price target on Apple post earnings? No. Well, I don't have one. Servant Mr. Would you have a chance to review BBBY's latest filing and proposal from Freeman? Yeah. Um, they wanna package up and refinance their like long-term unsecured debt. I don't think it's gonna fly because they want to use baby as collateral. If National Home Price Index comes in poor, you mean new home sales? I don't think the home price index will affect Home Depot. New home sales could. Thoughts on Amazon? I think it's got some downside. About 35 weekly cover calls on GME. Risky till tomorrow, probably. Although, yeah. Some decent sell-offs here. Yeah, I would say it's going to remain pretty risky till tomorrow. You can tell I just started trading the spice. I meant to buy a SPY put, but I accidentally bought a call. Congratulations. Yeah, always check your orders before you submit them. Everyone's done that, though. Don't feel bad. It happens to the best of us. This is terrible for trading. Yeah, it is. We're it's probably going to be pretty choppy too, at least through tomorrow. So it's going to kind of suck. Entries are going to be uncertain. It's going to be a little bit shitty unless some big news comes in. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much for gifting those subs, guys. If you could, and John Wilkes hooked you up with a membership, give him a shout out and welcome to Cornishon. Have you entered your docu position yet? It seems like it's recovering after the morning dip. No, I haven't entered very much yet. I'm still waiting. New home sales are down to material shortages and supply chain delays. I went from 6 months to build a 2,800 square foot house to 10 to 12. I have houses sitting waiting on materials. Yeah, I know the supply chain's a big part of it, but it's also increasing interest rates. I mean, even once those houses are complete, the demand for them is going to have dropped. It's the easiest bubble for the Fed to affect with monetary policy, so it's the one they're attacking the hardest. But when you buy right a CC, you get premium, right? But then if you're assigned, does your broker just take away your 100 shares and then you get the premium the person paid for? No, you get the shares would be sold at whatever the strike is. So if you sell a covered call like at hold on. If you sell a cover call at 35, right? And say you receive like $1.66 in premium, and then these get called away, you'll get, $3,500 plus $1.66 per share. So you'll get 36.66 total for the 100 shares if you're assigned. All right, 35s are looking a little bit more tempting now. CCs are not betting your shares on a poker table. It's just a promise to sell. Yeah. Thank you so much, John Wilkes, by the way. Is this price action now bulls dying or just chop? It's starting to look a little more bearish. Is Dow being held up by cat right now? I mean, probably a little bit. Do we have any strong resistance levels going down? 34, maybe 33.50. Right? Just like, fuck. This is really tough on the Septembers. Yeah, I see it. AMD puts worth it. They could be, although isn't that kind of a little risky with the bill possibly passing? I'll just set kind of a tight stop on these. It doesn't look terrible. A full ported GME 729 35 cc's notice me and give me attention, then tell me to get over myself. Okay. Get over yourself, Carl. Is it weird to feel like trading SPY is significantly more straightforward compared to GME trading? Oh, it absolutely is. It's still considered very difficult, but I mean, when you compare very difficult in the rest of the market to GameStop, it's kind of a joke. You used to be interested in Sherwin-Williams. Are you playing their earnings this week? I have leaps on Sherwin-Williams. They are already very, very deep in the money. So I will be playing their earnings, just not with anything new. You're not playing it, but any hard resistances to QQQ to the downside? Like 298 and 296 are pretty good potential support levels. Did it drop? No. I have waffles for breakfast. 1 second. I've sold a few CCs, not very many though. There's no gifting leaderboards. We're the pigeon whales and lift you all up. I'm gonna create a leaderboard. Can you explain what Guybrush for MOASS is? Well, Guybrush is a character from the critically acclaimed game Monkey Island. We made a pickle version of him. And he goes on the screen when we want MOASS. Hence, Guybrush for MOASS. If you're bearish on the stock, wouldn't it be better to sell and look for a re-entry rather than selling covered calls? Well, I'm not really bearish on the stock, and I don't want to lose my long-term holding, so no. I'm bullish on the stock, but I expect a near-term downside, so I would not sell. If you're not playing it but got any hard resistances, okay. Do you know how high the actual FTDs were for today? Not just volume of GME that day for ETF MM. Is it possible to put that info into the daily DD? No, because that info doesn't exist. All attempts to count intraday FTD counts are bullshit. You don't know how many are cleared when they're reported. The reporting is not current, so it's completely fucking irrelevant. All you can tell is if there was high volume that day, there is higher potential for FTDs. Higher volume days equals more FTD creation. Evidence of unusually high dark pool volume, indicative of sketchy positions. 59x, the official daily volume post on SS, doesn't do a great job explaining. Wonder what you think. That's probably largely due to the fact that there was a split and their data's off. I've sold some CCs already. Yeah, Tesla's really driving me nuts today. Looks like Cat might actually test 182. Should get a pretty good fill on that if it does. There we go. I should have just gotten in the docky position at open. Jesus. I missed the boat on that one. Give me kind of bouncing back a little bit there. Sega killing it today. Fuck. Interesting. Hey, wheat's moving back up, or well, it did. Big red box. Looks is looking pretty good. No leaderboard. If you do make one, you have to appoint me VWAP Pontiff and play Yuri's song again, please. I'll play the song again. But I can't appoint you a Pontiff at VWAP. There's no appointing. If somebody becomes Pontiff at VWAP, I turn the stream off, buy an airplane ticket, and go hang out with them for the day. Because I want to in person meet somebody crazy enough to spend that much money on this. Have you seen the Ivy Crush on the previous 950s? Ooh, nice. Spy just fell off a cliff. Do you think Tesla breaks down to the 800 level or less soon? I wrote a DD on it like last night. I have a bunch of Jan 237.50 calls, down by a third. Holding them for now. Do you have opinions about that strike? January 237.50 is down by about a third. Holding them from yeah, I don't think it's as like the Vega on that strike is not as good as it once was. Like the Jan 200s and 230s are way better. So like Jan 23s. Yeah, the Vega kind of fell off on those. Or sorry, not 200s. What was it? It's like the further dated ones. The Jan 24s are better now. The like Jan 24 127.50s or 125s have much better Vega. The Vega on the Jan 23s isn't atrocious, right? Because you now have 4 times as many of them. But it's like moving forward, I wouldn't probably buy them anymore. FDMCV. Oh, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Birthday, girl. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
From a Tesla perspective, does the Tesla chart tell you we have a floor at 808 or that breakdown under 808? Thanks for your educational thoughts. Tesla has resistance at like 821, 800, and 778. But there's a little bit at like 815 and a little bit at 828. So it's a tiny bit range bound, but ultimately it looks like the peak of this like recent run up is breaking down. It may take a couple days to do that though. The big slip in the SPY just now is pretty relevant. The SPY moved down kind of hard here. May continue to move down now. But I don't think it'll be super hard for Tesla to move back under like to move back under like 812. I thought the reporting was legit, but the explanation makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's only like a snapshot in time. And it's cumulative as well. So it's not really telling you how many FTDs are due on any particular day. I think like trade volume from the previous days, yeah, much better metric. Commodities are doing we're about to crash. I noticed commodities are doing big ups. I kind of want to sell my BTU now that I'm above my cost basis. I know better, but I still want to I still want to like shed a little weight. I have like way too much money in that position. This is the first time I've been above my cost basis in a little while. Damn it. Oh, go away. The volume is high today. Can CNS clear FTDs that would be due tomorrow? Yeah. Volume's not very high today. Not that high. On Cat, did you look at call? I have calls on Cat. Hmm. The Tesla moves the market. It doesn't. It's not as affected by the market. Is there a link to this song on the Discord? It should be in the music channel. I got approved for options on IBKR now. I just need to be patient as my accounts transfer over. Why no T+0 transfers? Everything is 8 days. It could be because of the split slowing things down. You wrote a DD on Tesla? Where? In Dillionaires. That's where I write. That's where I write my other plays. Kyle Doug upgraded to membership. I feel like I want to cut my Tesla calls now because they're way the fuck up. I'm gonna cut a couple of them. Could Tesla be creating an 810 support due to gamma covering from last week? Potentially. Don't tell Han what you just said about Pontiff, because she may actually start saving for it. I know. Yeah, just keep your mouth shut, Darth. With regards to Seago, because of the high volume, is it chasing yet? Looks a bit like a battle in terms of price range. No, it's not. It's not chasing yet. It's I think it's more of a question of like how much is it actually worth. I think it's moving towards like a break of 16. So I wouldn't say it's chasing. Um I think there's still like a lot of potential for it. The only problem being that I don't think it's been worth this much ever, and this cup and handle is gigantic. It goes back to like 2011. You just mentioned writing some Tesla DD. Where can I find that? It's in the Billionaires Country Club. It was one of the pickles picks for today. Is that just trading it even, or is it okay? I thought that got halted for a second. Interesting. It's Goldman dropping off so hard. How reliable are Bollinger Bands as an indicator? They're fine. Did I understand it right? How the fuck? No, I'm not out of GME. Why does everyone keep saying that to me? I couldn't be any deeper into GME. My cost basis was 227. Jesus Christ. Do I divide that by 4? Yeah. Did you buy a call so you don't get assigned on your covered call? No. I don't know what to do with my hands. And thanks, Bithead. Thank you, Spider. I appreciate it. Seeing the same thing like Friday. $1.50 drops on the SPY. Like unloading by Toots. Also, VIX calls out the money are 150-ish for a week. Cheap with the data. I'm not gonna say VIX doesn't look kind of spicy right now. It does. I'm not particularly fond of the like weeklies, like the July 27 expirations, but maybe August 3rd. I just probably wouldn't buy them today. I'd probably wait till like Wednesday morning. Kyle, Doug, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes
If you work for a company, can you buy options for that company? That depends on your employment contracts and the company's policies. What's your time frame on wheat? I have leaps, but I'd be looking towards like late fall. MMs are allowed to use the retail written CCs as locates for providing unlimited liquidity and spreading the risk off their books. This is why we have slow, steady drops after each peak. No, it's usually because they short the stack. It's mostly put buying that drives our price down, not call selling. Believe it or not, very little retail actually sells calls. And they don't need locates for any aspect of what they do. So it's irrelevant. For CCs, what % profit you buy back to reposition? Generally, if they drop, like if they're above 50% profit with more than 50% time remaining, I will buy them back and roll them over. Otherwise, I just let them ride out. Is there any downside to enabling share lending now that the split has happened? Yeah, it increases short liquidity. Theoretically. Thoughts on ups this week? Not really. For them, I would cover into market downs this week. I'm sure they will. Was it calls or puts? I have straddles on Tesla. I just don't have enough cash in this account to buy the full straddle. I have 810 calls, 805 puts. I also have 835 puts, but that's another position entirely. I rarely have very many of my trades up on the screen. Like a couple sometimes. It's better that way so people don't try to ghost things. I heard you're out of AMC. Is this true? No, I still have 30 shares in a Cash App account that I can't sell. Gert continues streaming and doing everything as usual and no changes at all. Viewers, did you sell all of your GME? I know. That's like what's weird is that's like the 5th time I've been asked that in the last couple of days. Why the fuck would I sell my GameStop? That's on Jan 2800 Tesla puts. I mean, probably plenty of time. You have DD on covered calls. I'm looking to put my millions of shares to work. Cute. You're just gonna be a little bitch, aren't you? Oh, I hate Chop. Yeah, there's the School of Stock video. Covered calls aren't very complicated. Happy Frog, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Additionally, you will be added to the Billionaires Country Club, where you can also lord it. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
XRT's bar rate picking up. A monthish stepping up and 5.5% now. It's kind of been going up for like the first half of this year. A little, barely though. I have a couple put positions purchased last week, expire 8/19. I'm currently up 15 to 20% on both. How do I set a stop that doesn't get stopped out too early so I can let these ride more? We probably would just set a stop at like break even. Or a trailing stop at break even. So that way, you know, no matter what, you're capturing some percentage of those gains, even if the position then moves against you. But like, you know, letting it ride and setting a stop are not necessarily conducive to each other. You can set trailing stops and those sort of let it ride, but if it moves against you, you're likely to get cut off sooner, right? So, you know, take that into account. I'm not sure if you're asking me how to like physically do it, like on your brokerage. But you know, say you have a contract at $10, right, and it's now trading at 12, which would be about 20% up. You know, you can set a stop limit at 11, ensuring that no matter what, you capture 10% of your profits, or well, 50% of your current profits, I guess. 10% total. You know, and then, you know, if it moves up, you can then move this stop up with it to like 11.50, 12, as the price of the contract moves up to like 12.50, 13, and so on. What mean to ghost things? Try to copy my buys. They've upped the shill budget. Shills do exist. I don't buy it. It's because people saw a screenshot of the dividend CC account that you showed yesterday. Oh, but that has nothing to do with my GameStop position. Those are like my other long-term holdings and like dividend stocks. It's like a retirement account, essentially. Well, they come to the stream and they see that you only have 4 shares. That's true. That can be confusing. Is there any downside to enabling share lending now that the split is over? I mean, yeah, you allow short liquidity. And my calculations are correct. Your 3 GME shares are now 12. Congrats. Thank you so much, Digital Good Time. To trade VIX, you need to have a big overnight initial margin. Right? Like 11K on TradeStation. IBKR quotes me 15,940 initial margin. Pretty much the same for ES, SPX. No, you can trade the VIX other ways. You can buy options on the VIX. You can trade VXX or UVXY. There's a couple other VIX ETFs as well. But you can trade CBOE VIX through options. They're not nearly that expensive. You're trying to trade the index directly or VIX futures, and those require a big overnight margin. I never hit you up to be in any special discords. Are you a billionaire? If you're a billionaire, well, do that. Message me. Give us our pigeon whale on the screen. Oh yeah. Where is my pigeon whale? Nope, that's Thickle. There he is. Hmm. Do you think Tesla will fall with the market decline? Very likely. Their Gex could prop them up like tomorrow. Like I could see them getting like another double top tomorrow. Um, but I don't think anything beyond that. And some of that might get realized today. Sundial meeting couldn't meet quorum. I wonder if it has something to do with 12-year-olds holding your 2.4 billion float. God, what a shit stock. Been gone all morning. Are you expecting a downside on Tesla after this rise? Yes. I have straddles on Tesla. I have some farther dated puts, and then I have straddles as well. I guess they're not really farther dated. Are they this Friday? Yeah, they're this Friday now. So I have 380. I have 835p for this Friday, and then I have is it 810c and 805p for this Friday. If it continues to stay in this range, I might open 820c and 810p for August 5th. But I'm waiting on those. Am I a billionaire? I thought I was giving you money in appreciation. I don't know. Are you a billionaire? I have no way of telling. You could be. I appreciate it. Cost halted? That's interesting. That's not cost. Ooh. Cost is doing a random squeeze for no reason. It does this sometimes. I'm a billionaire. Thank you, Huge Steve. You are. You are, in fact, a billionaire. I know Cost is a basket stock. What's up with the Fregsday card? Just a memorial to Freg. I was feeling sentimental this morning. Was asking you for advice about for CSV is not cool. I'm not sure if you didn't see my question or you're purposely avoiding them. I didn't see it. Um, what was the question? You know, generally you don't sell cash secured puts into a downtrend unless you very much want to buy the stock at the current price. GameStop pretty expensive still right now. Trading at like 136, which, you know, isn't a great price even with the premium from a CSP. I've made a mistake on this lending memberships gig. The cost to borrow is killer and I can't return them. This JFresh Ponzi has doomed my port. Please help. Oh boy. Thank you, Bithead. You'll be fine, right? We'll just defer your cost to borrow forever. We'll write a bespoke agreement to lower your cost to borrow. Cost won their patent case, the one against Apple. That's exciting. Oh, they settled. Okay. You were this far behind on chat. No, I'm all caught up. I wonder if that guy's ever going to ask his covered call question. Or maybe I answered it. Lies, not all caught up. 10:58. No, I am. Really wish Tesla would stop being such a piece of shit. Jimmy Weekly $20 cover call safe. I mean, you'll definitely get assigned on it. Jimmy done for the day? I think it's gonna drop more. I mean, what do you mean done? Are you asking if it's gonna go up for the day? Probably not. So about BBBY 550 weeklies. What about them? Is there any interesting economic data today that's gonna affect anything at all? Chicago Fed Activity Index, gross. Ooh, manufacturing index from the Dallas Fed. That was 30 minutes ago. Nope. Yeah, I'm just looking at something here. So if Apple misses earnings, maybe back to like 144 roughly. What is TDOC's current PE and forward PE? Thinking puts this week? I don't know. Go look it up. BBBY play, same like Palantir play. Don't say that. That's really mean. Take a look at Black Rifle Coffee. Looks kind of bullish. I mean, it might break up. What's their deal? How are you? Veteran controlled and led coffee and media company? That's an awfully diverse range of. Apparel. I mean, it'd be cool if they could figure out what the fuck they actually wanted to do. Uh, their revenue's been dropping. They're beating out their initial earnings. But revenue over time's dropping. Analyst price targets are mediocre. Operating income. Well, that's an improvement. Quarter one wasn't very good. Negative income. A lot of liabilities. I mean, I don't love it. It's fine. I mean, like maybe a good entry if you want to buy and hold. But if we see another market downturn, it looks like you could get a better one than the current price. Technically this is like bullish, but the breakout range is minimal, like $1 to the upside. Hmm. I have a display rack in my local hardware store. Yeah, that sounds like something I want to buy into. How long is a volatility halt supposed to last? Oh, until they unhalt it, I think. Is it a limit op halt, like a Luddle halt, or is it a volatility halt? Those aren't necessarily the same. 5 minutes, right? They sell coffee, but it's a military right-wing based company, so people who I represent will also rock their merch. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't care about their politics, but their politics can affect their stock price. It's not good to be politically aligned as a company. It's much better to be neutral and appeal to everybody. Otherwise, you cut off 50% of your customer base. It's a Luddle halt? Okay. So, 5 minutes, I think. Head and shoulders on Tesla. Slow to play out, but yeah. Maybe back to 809. Bid on cost currently 200 at 13. It will be halted right back. Probably. I'm a subscriber to their coffee. I'm a fan. I've never had it. Bros, MK only 3x BRCC and company has thousands of locations. Are you talking about, oh, you're talking about Dutch Brothers? I don't really think their business model is very good either. Apple potential to break its 150-250 support. Ready to bail on my weekly puts and take 25% profit. Decent. Yeah. Apple looks like it's going to get rejected off that high trend that I drew. Do you think we'll be downtrending until mid-August for August OPEX? We could, if there is an August OPEX, we could downtrend all the way into it, right? I don't rock their merch, but I enjoy their coffee. Yeah, I've never had any of their coffee. I've never even seen it here. Happy Monday. Are you selling the CCs this week or still holding off? I've sold some CCs today. Not a lot, but a few. Maybe like 4% of my port. It feels weird having like that many covered calls at once. Relax, everyone. Remember that market makers play on your emotions. If you're chill, you can outthink and outplay. It's true. 20-minute halts on cost doesn't seem normal. I mean, it's probably not. It's gonna do some weird shit. It once was a basket stock, but it really isn't anymore. So yeah, we'll see what cost does. Kind of interesting. Remember to be careful because cost can, like, the insiders can sell shares and tank squeezes. They own like 90% of the company. They did it in January in 2021 also. So if you're interested in cost, be really careful because the rug pulls can happen fast. Thoughts on Baba? You know, it's actually, I don't think Baba was doing that badly today, was it? It's starting to slip. I was targeting like 98 for puts. I didn't buy any this morning because I forgot. I woke up kind of late. Yeah, I would probably still be targeting 98 for puts, but maybe try to enter on a retest of 100, especially if it gets a bounce right here and retest VWAP. Like, it might be worth waiting through some of this chop. Generally, like, Baba's big moves are in the early morning. Oh, hey, cool. Did RC specify in his letter to BB Boy that he wouldn't buy 20% unless someone threatened his position? No, I don't think so. I don't think he mentioned any, like, he's allowed to buy up to 20%, but I don't think he made any other, like, mention of when he would do it or if he would do it. Do we see any price action on GME from the 4.3 million XRT FTDs due July 26, 27? On the market maker side for XRT, probably not. Yeah, those chart exchange or like bar chart FTD estimated due dates are horseshit. They're wrong. The counts on all of them are incorrect, especially if you're looking for the way they affect GameStop. Those are just like FTDs on XRT directly. It's good to see them go up, but I don't think they're really going to have a big effect on price. Thoughts on Snap? I mean, it's kind of cheap right now. What's the buy-sell ratio today? Who gives a shit? It's irrelevant. The buy-sell ratio is broker specific. It doesn't mean anything. I sold some CCs on GME today. Tell cost to get options. Yeah, I've kind of always felt that way about it. Spy 380 too low for this week. Bought some long puts, but looking to sell lower strike short puts. Am I just getting greedy? Like a bear put or bull put spread? Cost gonna halt up again. Yeah, cool. I highly doubt RC's buying this. TBLT down 26%. I didn't think it was gonna keep running. Did you buy puts at the top? Or you can't. That was the shitty thing about it, right? It didn't have options. Can you explain how it costs not halted again? What? Oh, I have no idea. What did it halt at? What was it at initially? Like 8? Probably should have, but they just allowed it not to. They don't have to. They don't have to halt it just because it moves up. It just came off a halt, so they can, allow a little more leeway there. It looks like it's starting to die out a bit. See if volume picks back up here. %50 on 147K volume. 1.66 million volume? Picks up. Either ran last week much? No. 811, 893, 839. Everyone's got different. Yeah, they don't have to halt it. They can let the halt slide. If something's like halting a lot, they'll sometimes like pull it back. Short cost at 12. You're gonna take like a actual short position on a stock that's not volatile. It's kind of fucking risky, right? You think if the Fed announces a 1 point increase on Thursday, the market would absolutely react in a very negative way. Cost doesn't have options. I sent you a decent DD on Ader in Discord. Can you just ban yourself so I don't have to read it? Huh. Yeah. I don't agree. I don't disagree with you on Shopify. When Spy die? Probably not for the next like couple days. You're buying puts on Amazon for this week or next? I already bought puts on Amazon. I bought 15 120Ps for August 19th. 16. I think I bought one over here also. Yeah. 16 120Ps for August 19th. I mean, it's just a lot of short repositioning on the SPY, right? So the SPY, like if you look at like SPX options or SPY options, the SPY kind of hit like a dead zone last week. Sorry, hold on. Like in this range. Longs, lots of longs capitulating here, but not a lot of short side built up until like last Thursday. Is when it first started building. And so they're still repositioning to the short side. You know, short side interest is increasing, but it's still not, you know, super significant. It'll probably build up into tomorrow and Wednesday before the SPY sees some like serious downside. Not a lot of long build up at all though. So right in early, that's where you want to be. You want to be in like a short position here before the rest of the shorts position, right? That way you can get out before they do. Could the SPY move back up the next couple days? It can chop in this range. So I would say between like 398 and 393 before it moves to its next like downward leg. Can you manage my position on my Robinhood account? Email is Gherk's favorite mod at gherk.com. Password is I'm better than Secure123. Don't let Secure hear that because his password's I'm better than Carl123. Whoops. The ability to listen on Discord and not stream on YouTube is clutch. In airport, I can pay attention to markets without killing battery. Thanks for wasting your life years on this for us. Oh man, why did you have to put it like that? I don't like wasting theta. I wish you'd phrased it differently, Moon Man. Thank you. You're welcome. Have you looked at telecom recently, like Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile? All dumpster fire, room for a bounce for a longer term play. They all kind of look like dumpster fires right now. People are upgrading a lot, right? Demand's going to drop, and they make so much of their money on like new phone leases. That's going to hit Samsung and Apple as well. What if JPOW comes out with a 0.5 hike? Big upside? They're not going to do that. For them to affect their soft landing policy, they need to maintain a rate of increase ahead of potential inflation. Since monetary policy is not really reducing supply side inflation, they need to really hammer those rate increases into the sectors that are affected by the rate increase, like housing and credit and things like that. And so borrow rates. So they almost have to excessively raise rates in order to affect the small areas where the rate increases are doing something about inflation, right? You can't tell people. No one better hack my accounts. Even gave away my bank account. Pigeon whale. What's next? My PIN number? I'm sorry, Zakir. Just change it real quick. Yeah, last week was an OPEX. This is not. It was also coming off of SLD. So no, I don't think gamma exposure is going to be too intense. Most of the longs sold off Friday and are selling off today. How often should a trader review their journaled trades? It's up to you. I have no idea. How often do I check? I don't know. Sometimes weekly. I used to do it weekly. Now maybe once a quarter if I'm lucky. False. Gherk. Zakir's other wife said his pigeon whale. His password is Gherk loves me most. Analysts are rating 100% chance of at least a 75 BPS hike, around a 20% chance of 100 BPS. Yeah. Yeah, I really highly doubt they'll do a 0.5, but if they did, it would rocket, yeah. Do you think economic data Thursday will officially put us in a recession? Yeah. How do you feel about this week? Pretty bearish. But I think the early part of the week is going to be misleading as shorts reposition and we remain kind of choppy. If you would buy a new iPhone, when would you buy it? Do you expect prices to drop even with inflation? Because Apple might be having a bad quarter in sales. I would imagine like the previous model line will be very cheap come this fall. Like much cheaper than normal. The sales, like you could expect like retail sales across the board for like electronics, furniture, all kinds of shit. Anything overstocked in inventory over the last 6 months. As the supply chain improves, all of those orders are going to be filled and inventories are going to explode, right? And they've already started to in a way. And then so to offset the debt of those inventories as the next step of the bullwhip takes place, retail establishments will start heavily discounting their inventories in order to get rid of them. Those inventories are like adjustable rate debt, right? That's not something you want when inflation is going on and Fed's raising rates. Airbnb is still a good target for some puts. I mean, it ran a lot of its potential out previously. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. I'd want to be pretty near the money. I could see it moving back down into like the $86 range. I still think this company's massively overvalued. So, yeah, but you might want some, not only some theta, you might want to be pretty close to the money. Tesla dead. Tesla's just chopping a lot. GameStop's not even in the same baskets as costs anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. It's not in the same ETFs. Big Al, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Fregs died multiple times and returned. Like Jesus. You know? Why puts on Amazon? Because you think they'll miss on earnings? Yeah, and I think the current rally is unsustainable. I'm already up like 5% on the position. Check out the FTDs on Revlon. This week it's on Reg Show too. Interesting. Well, then probably nothing's gonna happen for about 13 days. Did it go on Reg Show last Friday? Yeah, Black Friday is gonna be lit. Morning Gurk. The week we have all been waiting for is here. Shark Week. Remember the great whites are all show. The Mako is the real master of the ocean. When do you think RC buys more BBBY? No idea. I'm not Ryan Cohen. Do you think Cohen, besides the hype, will be able to turn around GameStop and make it profitable again? Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to take a lot of time, and that's something maybe the current set of investors isn't prepared for. But I'm okay with it. Why Jimmy not like costs? Okay, I already answered you, Victor. Victor is in the house. Another big factor that we haven't really talked about is the strength of the dollar increasing makes international areas of business less profitable, as converting back to dollars is break even. Yes. I mean, I feel like the rise in the dollar is directly inverse, market improvement. So, as far as we're concerned, it's just another bearish signal, right? Going to continue to DCA on spy puts? Yeah. I picked up some more 390s today. Not a lot of them, but a few more. Ooh, Docu's back up. Perfect. I needed to climb a little bit higher. Like I really wanted to hit 64. Oh fuck, I don't want to watch it though. Put it over here. What about BBBY? Same ETFs as cost. I think there's a couple. Cost is like a micro cap. I think last year it was in the Russell, or it got put into the Russell 2000. I'm not sure if it's still in it this year. Apparently 25 stocks on NASDAQ are halted. Cool. Fuck it. I'll just buy in the money. A nice little rally. Yeah, BBBY is now, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's in the Russell 2000 still. IWM. Let me see what cost is in nowadays. Yeah, VTI, VXF, and IWC. So VTI is probably the only one that it's in that everything else is in. After Tesla split, the price movement was similar to GME. Yeah, Tesla went down pretty hard after it split. I'm aware. I'm tracking that. Cost can't do much without options. Yeah, I agree. I mean, also I think inside, like if it does hit like 30 or 40, insiders will just sell off, and that makes it like flash crash, which is annoying as hell. It's not very stable at high prices. I don't trust it. Do you expect big ups on XRT given the FTDs on it? No. Yep, they just rinse and repeat. The owner's kids own the majority of costs, and they're going to sell off. They don't care about it. This is accurate. Jimmy's had a lot of price movement since the split. Redbox doesn't have puts. So when it comes to shitty pump and dumps, if they don't have options, I'll never play them. I mean, Sega's already broken its most important resistance, which I think is up here at like 1470. So as long as it can hold that, that's really bullish. We're reading something about cities trying to paint roofs white. Yeah. Nice, DVS. Cat just hit 182.40 and is moving up. Bullish. All right, now I'm going to tighten up my stop because if this drops, I'm just going to drop my September calls. They're already way up. This is a bit extreme for a P&D. Not necessarily, right? It's a low float, isn't it? Even if it's short covering, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's got a free float of like 1.95 million shares. And don't they have outstanding warrants? Like, how long do you think this can run before those get exercised? Since we have an OPEX run, Jamie's not hit lower highs for the last 18 months. Is this not a big problem? Not really, given that all of those highs were just volatility events, right? Jamie right now, fuck your calls and fuck your puts too. But cover calls are so great, right? Because they can't fuck your theta. Good time to start positioning for the downside on cat. No. The downside on cat is unreliable and generally a terrible play. Thoughts on XRT's 122 million, 144 million FTDs due tomorrow and Wednesday? Probably irrelevant. Can you get GME over 95 so I stop getting warnings that it's below there? Thanks. Guess I'll fix my alerts. Oh, also don't forget the XRT got reg showed, so add 13 days to whatever estimate you have. Redbox warrants can't exercise because of merger? Why not? Absolutely can. CCs this week. What strikes super safe? 35 seems decent. I don't know if it's super safe, but that's where I sold some. The ones I sold earlier were a bit better, but IWM closing the gap and downs coming after, in your opinion? Yeah, this is a nice price target to like get into the short side of this. The short position on IWM's already huge. Most of it at like 180, 178. Above 180 is really nice though because you get to buy 180 puts out of the money. I think Spy's gonna try for 398 here in a second. Just so you know, there's a Bank of Japan minutes meeting at around 5 p.m. Eastern. It's probably very relevant for the market since they own like 1.3 trillion of US debt. One of their new board is hawkish. Oh, it's super relevant. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm long yen and short Nikkei right now, so Airbox warrants can't be redeemed, but they can be exercised. This rip is because they need shares for their votes. The float is oversold. I just took 71% on GME's cover calls. I'm waiting to reposition under 40. Waiting for a little Ivy. Thanks for teaching on profit taking. You're my best investment so far. Thank you so much. What sum at account balance would make you say, fuck it, I'm out of this for good? Like, out of what? Stocks? I would never get out of stocks. I love stocks. Like, streaming? I don't know. I do this more for, like, fun than as, like, work. I guess if this stopped being fun, that would be another story. Is your plan for Jimmy right now to just sell CCs through August OPEX? Yeah. Well, CSPs once we find a bottom. I don't know if you touch on this, but a lot of tech earnings this week should be spicy. There are. I did touch on it a little earlier today. Microsoft, Apple, Google. I don't think any of them are particularly going to be good. I think Microsoft might be okay, but I think Apple and Google are going to miss. I'm sure fuck you money levels for Gherk are absurd. I mean, fuck you money is like over 500 million. And it's also relative to like who you're saying fuck you to. Like you can make 6 figures a year and say fuck you to most of the population, but if you want to say fuck you to the big boys, you need to have quite a lot. I have some sir, please don't do that again money. I DM'd you a triangle. I like those. Let me see it. Oh, neat. Oh, it's gonna drop like a fucking rock. That's what pigeon whale is, right? It's fuck you pours money. Just joining now. Any large put interest coming in on GME yet this morning? I didn't check the options though. I could look. Now that you've asked. Yes. Lots of bot puts. 35, 3, 32.50, 31.25, 37.50 puts, some in the money puts, which is compelling. Some people selling some far dated calls at 42.50 for September. Yeah. Looking pretty good. Well, for downside. Bobby has a good chunk of weekly puts and calls at $5. Yeah. Chop until FOMC minutes Wednesday. It's looking like it. There's some other shit before then, but not a lot. Is there anything exciting tomorrow? Just new home sales tomorrow, which could have an effect. There's a consumer confidence report tomorrow at 10. That might do something. The next really big thing, though, is durable goods on Wednesday morning. Then the Fed interest rate decision Wednesday at 2 p.m. What strike you selling CCs at? 35. Spy P prediction before downside if that materializes this week. I think we'd see a lower high. So probably like I mean we've already seen one lower high, but probably continued. Oh, Jesus. So if we move up again to retest maybe like yeah, 398.37-ish. Depending on when it retests. Maybe like 397 by tomorrow morning. This is already breaking down, and you can see in the options chain like the repositioning is gonna likely lead to a stronger downside move. I don't think like I think if we see like the 0.75 BPS hike, and we don't see the 1.0, then the downside's kind of limited. Maybe like 382 to 380 at best. Yeah, I don't know why Epic Pen keeps doing that. Probably because it's a fucking steaming pile of shit, but what's going down with Dork's triangle? Oh, he just drew a triangle on Tesla. Interesting. Yeah, I'll dig into it a little bit too. Or Dan. Still waiting on your thoughts on Google. Bottom of the trend. Also, how come you aren't selling a higher percent of covered calls? I'm at like 9% right now. I don't know. It's kind of a lot of like leverage. And the pricing's a little shitty. I'm probably wait for more puts to come in. And hopefully get like a nice in the money target. I should have sold them last week, but I was hesitant to because there was so much potential for volatility. Can Tesla just drop like a rock already? Not yet. Weekly puts tomorrow late morning on Tesla. Hmm. Yeah, you could probably get them tomorrow too. Jimmy's taking a beating. What did I miss? Not a lot. I mean, this is pretty typical for post-split price action. What strikes would you look for if you wanted to get assigned on CSPs? Currently doing 30, 30.5, 31 for August 5th. I mean, I wouldn't buy GameStop above $100. Probably ever. Excuse me. So, yeah. If I was selling CCs and I wanted to get assigned, I'd probably want to get assigned at a much lower price than you're targeting. If that averages you down though, that could be worthwhile. I think we have a couple weeks till August at least, right? And hopefully we start to see like negative net delta increase. But I probably wouldn't even consider selling CSPs until the week of the 12th through the 19th. Generally, when I sell CSPs on GME, I confirm a bottom, and then I sell a shitload of them. Like, I'll sell like 500. And I'll usually sell them like out of the money. Sometimes if we get a hard dip, like if we have a bottom and we get like a hard dip, I'll sell CSPs in the money. But they have to be net better than my cost basis for me to do that. Like I did that in March post earnings because, you know, selling it at the time my cost basis was like high 60s. I think it was like 67ish, and we were trading at 73, and the premium was like I think the premium was like $6. So it was, you know, roughly like 66 a share. So I sold a bunch there, but generally speaking, I'll wait till we find a bottom and then I'll sell them out of the money. I need to sell CSPs to lock my money up, and I'm not a degen. Fair. But I want to sell CCs and currently have no shares. Well, I mean, you're actually in a more advantageous position, right? You would just sell CSPs until you get shares. That doesn't mean you want to buy shares at a shitty price, though, right? Like, figure from January, our average trading price was around like 126.70, right? This is our like highest volume zone or like support resistance. So, and that's like 31 65. Is that right? I gotta double check that. $67.5. So 31.67. So any price below that is technically a good price. But I wouldn't want to buy above it. So yeah, I mean you could sell CCs at like 30, 50, or 31, you know, or CSPs. It's better to sell if you want to get assigned, it's better to sell them as we approach that price because the premiums go up, right? Otherwise, like if we're trading at our current price of like, what are we at? 33, 31, 33, 33. You'd want to sell like in the money probably to get decent premiums. Like what's a 30 50 like 30 50 right now? I know puts are priced a little better, but like an August 5th 30.50 is, yeah, it's $1 premium. So even if you get assigned, you're basically paying like 20 29.4 a share. It's not great. I mean, but if we approach those prices and you sell them, you'll get a better premium. See, like how the 33.25s are like $2 right now because they're closer to being in the money. It's always better to be really patient with CSPs. What kind of things do you look for to confirm a bottom? Repeated tests of a low resistance. Um, Generally, I'm really looking for it to fail a resistance and then move back above it. Like I want that resistance to show strength, even if it's failed. And then like I'll target this. And I can show you some like historic examples of where I've sold CSPs. So like back here, we kept trading at this like I think at the time this was like 126.70, and then we dipped a couple times below it. Here we tested like 115. And so I sold CSPs at like 112. Right? Because I know that but I don't want to be assigned, right? It's a bit different. If I wanted to be assigned, I would have just sold them slightly higher than this range. I did the same thing here and back here. So I look for it to fall below, like, see, we had a resistance here. So I look for it to fall below and then regain that resistance. And then, if you can confirm support on it another time, that's even better. And then, like any CSPs sold below this range were very unlikely to fill, right? No, I don't think Moonwind's dead. I think he's still here. It's probably annoying me under a different alias. Spy price action is actual trash. That's like fine, right? It's just chopping. It's burning theta, is what it's doing. Yeah, no problem, man. How about bear call spreads on Jamie if you have no shares? I don't know if there's any good opportunities for those right now. You could. You're selling the short call naked though? Mm. Risky. I feel like a bull put spread would be better right now than a bear call spread. Or maybe like a well, I guess like a calendar spread wouldn't be terrible. But if you have no shares, yeah, you gotta sell your call at, you gotta sell your call naked, which is super risky. It's got like $5 risk. Well, $3 risk. Hmm. Let's see if there's any. Risk premium. Kind of capped out on our implied down. Calendar call spreads aren't bad. Good call. None of the payouts look very good for these. The bull put spread looks pretty good. Like an August 30 P buy and sell like a 33.50. That doesn't look so bad right now. Maybe like $50 of premium there. Bull call spread, let me think. Yeah, it's not quite as good. Like the bull put spread pays better. Sorry, I got wrapped up in fucking with that. Does Cecil look like it's about to drop to 800? Continue lowered highs on the day, but in a midterm uptrend. I mean, that's kind of what I'm banking on. Now that we've had a couple NOPECs and other catalysts have come and gone, will you tell everyone if you ever plan to divest from Jimmy? Not that it sounds like that it's an immediate concern. I mean, yeah, if I was going to sell my GameStop, I would tell everyone. Barring like some unforeseen life crisis or something, I don't see that happening anytime soon, though. And the catalysts that we've seen come and go over the last 2 months have been mediocre in their even in their initial expectations. You know, like we simply like June had potential, but July, I mean, we knew that July puts were low. We weren't in any way assured of seeing price action from June obligations. So it was more about, you know, like they were compressing exposure rapidly after March, right? And with those increasing like signals, we had to have like you needed to have exposure for every OPEX instead of just quarterly. And I think if we start to see a return to like F-man and consistency in that cycle again, that's probably a good sign. So if we run hard in August after, you know, the May mediocre OPEX, I think that would be a good sign. That there's like some stabilization, but the exposure continues to remain. Like volatility is still being shorted on GameStop. My short condors are doing well. I fucking love short condors. 600 likes. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. Why did costs run 30%? They won a lawsuit against Apple. I didn't live in New York City when I had the AMG. I lived in California and I got it for super cheap. It wasn't a splurge at all. As a matter of fact, one of the pneumatic like self-leveling wheels broke and I just sold the fucking thing. Like it has like a air ride suspension kind of thing in the back, like back wheels, and so it can like raise and lower for like the terrain or whatever. And it's got like a little like solenoid that like controls the airflow to the suspension. and this solenoid broke, and it was like $6,000 to replace. So I just sold the car because I bought the car for like 8 grand from some rich asshole in Newport Beach that didn't want to deal with it anymore. I already played the VUP song, Johnny A. Don't hit the like. I don't give a shit. When are you getting into GME calls again? Probably not for a little while. What's happening with Tesla that we care about it now? Well, I'm trading it. I have like $70,000 in puts, so that's what's happening with Tesla. Fortunately, most of those are in the money, but some aren't yet, and I'd like to see that happen. That's what's going on with Tesla. GME is just dropping and being boring. Ooh, nice. All hail Frag. Word. Are you familiar with RKLB stock business? Rocket Labs? Thoughts or opinions for growth? Eh. I don't really like it very much. It's almost like an underfunded rocket company is probably not a great idea. IWM also tanking. I know. I have puts on like everything, so I'm well aware of the things that are tanking. Well, it looks like I'm out of cat. Fucking price did I sell at? Where's my order? Sold at 1208. What happened at 1208? So like 182.30? Eh. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think the time has come to accept we truly need a full bear song. Also, VUP chant better than I Can Be Green. When drawing intraday trend lines, should extended hours trading be included? Yeah, it depends on the stock. Yes and no. Some stocks trade a lot and they're like not only they trade a lot, they retain their price increases or decreases from after hours price movement. So you have to kind of go back and look. For some stocks, it's better to ignore them. For others, it's better to include them. Most heavily traded or popular stocks, it's better to include them. Any thoughts on Baba hovering around 100? I have puts at 98. What else are you good at besides cooking and stocks? Um, a couple different games. I know how to fix things. That might be about it. Why not short flies? Hmm. The risk is a little higher on those, right? I'm trying to look at this versus, hold on. I'm looking at them like the short butterflies versus short condors on GMA. I guess they both, I mean, they both carry the same initial risk. I don't really like the short butterfly's exposure to the price. The profits aren't too different. But it is a little more reliant on the ending price on expiration. Whereas, like, the short condor doesn't really expose you to that. You know what I mean, Core? At potentially the risk of losing like 3 to 5% here. Describe a short fly using children. You sell a call and then you buy 2 calls and then you sell another call. Look at the weekly expiration, 35s. You could wait till tomorrow. There might be a little bounce back in the market due to gamma exposure. There might not be. I'm not good at meditation. I don't meditate. I'm good at tearing your knee out. No, I can't do kick flips. I can only do heel flips. That's not true, but I mostly can only do heel flips. Jimmy seems to still be a liquid. Does that increase the odds of GameStop at the money offering more shares? I don't think they're going to do that anytime soon. Super hot kitty. That'd probably be like a year out or maybe more. Do you think we'll see the same violent IV moves on the former 950Cs we did before the split? I mean, yeah, you'll have more leverage on those, right? They're 237.50s now. But like, obviously the Vega has dropped on them proportional to the split. So you'd have to have more of them, like every 5 contracts to achieve 0.1 Vega. Actually, what's better now are the January 24 127.50s at 0.11 Vega. So for double the price, you get 5 times the Vega sensitivity. I don't understand. The probable loss chart for a short fly and short condor are basically the same. Maybe less risk, sure, but both are heavily dependent on price at expiration, no? No, the short condor should just be as long as it expires. Like, so short condor would be like, hold on. Epic Pen's not working. 1 second. So like a short condor is this working now? The fuck? So your short condor is like this. So as long as you're expiring within this price range, the max profit remains the same, right? Whereas like the short butterfly, if you're ending with the price nearer to your out of the money positions, your profit is diminished, where max profit is at the peak. Puts on TBLT. I don't think it has options. $127.50, same as 510 gang. It's the 127.50 gang now. Am I wrong in thinking there's very little downside so long as you don't mind if you get assigned? The downside with covered calls is the drop in price of the underlying which you own, right? So you're selling a covered call at say 35 and then GME drops to $10 or $25, let's say. It drops $10. Right? And then, you know, you've collected like $1.50 premium here, but you've still lost $9.50 per share on each of your other shares, right? So, or I'm sorry, you still lost $8.50 on each share that you own. So you're still way down. Yeah, the other downside is missing out on potential upside moves. Although that's not technically a downside as long as you're getting assigned above your cost basis, right? If your cost basis is here, then you don't give a shit. I'm starting to think RC doesn't know how to play chess. Thoughts on Rivian? It's cheap. I don't know if it's worth it, but it's cheap. The Amazon van contract, yeah, looks really interesting. They think it's the 12,750 gang. They're in a lot of trouble now. They'll be all right. Can you lose money selling covered calls? Not really. Yes, but it's reliant on your position, right? So it depends. Like if you're selling covered calls below your cost basis, so like say you have a cost basis on GME of 150, right? Or well, 35. Let's only use current pricing, right? And you're selling cover calls at 33 and you get assigned at $33. You've lost $2 per share. So if I mean, you'll have your premium, whatever your premium is here. Say your premium's like $1.25, right? So, you know, you still negative 75 cents a share. It's almost like GME's more illiquid now. What, we're trading more volume. Slightly. I have 729 35s and 3750s. No, that's why you don't want to. That's another thing that you don't want to do. If you have a large position, right? You don't want to sell 100% of your position as cover calls at once. You're to sell maybe like 30 to 50% max. That way, that you know, if the price moves up unexpectedly or there's news, you can buy them back. Or you can roll them out. Just like with any other options position, it's best to have money on hand to manage it, roll it, so on and so forth. What if you only have 100 shares? Then you don't really have a fucking choice, do you? What's your typical return on capital you aim for with condors? I haven't sold any on GameStop since the split, but I was previously aiming for like 8 to 12% returns. For like 30 DTE. Depending on our IV. Sometimes it was possible, sometimes it wasn't. I tried to sell them when they were beneficial, but us still having low liquidity means retail diamond handed to a degree, yeah. Means 3x shares short need to buy back because of the split. At some point. Not today, but at some point. Is there any truth to the post on Pickle Financial this morning about the massive T plus 35 for the next 2 days? No. Also, is Fluffy around? Fluffy, can we add like a debunked tag? So I can mark things that are bullshit? Like the XR, that would be great if XRT hadn't gone on Reg Show on the 17th. So our XRT went on Reg Show on the 17th. So any fails from the 17th on have an additional 13 trading days till they're cleared. This is the advantage to getting ETFs on Reg Show. It doesn't affect their ability to short, but it gives you 13 additional days to settle FTDs. Time frame for Baba holding overnight? Probably won't. No, I'll probably close it. I don't like holding anything with Baba overnight. I may wait for it to retest 101 and like buy some more. I might buy some. You know what I'll probably do? If it retests 101, I'll probably sell the 98s or roll the 98s up. Yeah, I'll probably just roll the 98s up to like $100 strike. Maybe I should just do that now. How much of a loss is that? Yeah, it's not that bad. This is gonna be a tough week for plays. It's not gonna be like at least until the latter half of the week, it's gonna be pretty tough. Bullshit banner? Yeah. You lose money on CCs when the price spikes, you freak out, buy them back at a price higher than new premium, and then after you buy back, the price tanks. Yeah, you have to have a lot of confidence in your upside resistance when you're selling covered calls. So you don't do that. Or you have to not give a shit. Maybe like a complete horseshit banner. That's what not playing the downside. You don't have to. I'm feeling more like DCAing into September calls, starting with 60, moving down the closer we get. Seem to get blown out more selling CCs or buying puts. Yeah, I mean the last few weeks buying puts was tough. Although buying puts on Friday was great. No confidence in anything. Fuck this market. At least Tesla's slowly slumping down, but so slow. Bull porting into CCs is not recommended for anyone who still believes in MOASS just happening randomly one day. Are there people that believe that? Like, there's not going to be any build up. It's just going to boom MOASS? That's stupid. Tesla still looks like garbage to me. Am I bad at TA? No, it still looks like garbage. GME? What about GME? What do you want me to look at GME? Trading at like $33 still. It's just been trading at $33 for like the last fucking 2 hours. Stop being a shill, JC. MOASS died last June. A bit. What's up, contractor man? We need a shill song. Don't we have one of those? $26 halts on NYSE today. Is that normal? Margin call? It could just be a lot of repositioning going on from last week. People covering shit, getting ready for whatever's going to come later in the week. VIX is up, even though the market's not really down. We need a shirtless Gherk price target, $40. Is Tesla a descending triangle for today? Sort of. It's like a shitty pennant. It's double topped now, and not in a great range. I wouldn't call it descending. I think it's just gonna break down. Probably back to like 795 initially. It could break lower. But I wouldn't expect to see lower than 795 in the early part of the week. God, I fucking hate this market sometimes. These days are the worst. August 5th, 37 weekly. It's because it's a weekly expiration, Daniel Supreme. So you have monthly expirations, which is the 19th.
And then the weeklies, which are like the 5th and the 12th, 29th. These are all weekly expirations. This is a monthly. Sounds like somebody has a case on the Mondays. Go fuck yourself. Do you buy back your CCs at a certain percentage gain or ride them out fully if the price is in your favor? Here's a good rule of thumb. If you are up 50% and have greater than 50% time remaining, buy it back. If you're up less than 50%, then don't. It's not 100% true. Sometimes you just want to let it ride, but just because like maybe the price hasn't dropped enough, especially the closer you are to 50%, you know, you do have to make some decisions sometimes, but generally speaking, that's a good time to buy them back and roll them down. The other time when you buy them back is like if you're not up a lot, like if you're up less than 25% with less than 25% time remaining. This is another good time to buy them back because your upside risk carrying it into the last 2 days is kind of high and probably not worth the remaining premium. It's rare that you'll run into that situation, but yeah, that was greater than. Or you don't have settle cash, you can't buy them back without a free ride or GFE. I mean, if you sold them, you should have covered, like, you should have cash the next day. I'm up 89%, expiring end of week. I mean, yeah, so you could probably roll down into, like, nearer the money contracts for, well, I don't know if you'll get a higher premium. So post-split 510 gang is the 127.50 gang. Yeah. Michael Brown, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate it. Shorts must be a bit overextended right now. Down 17% in 2 days and an up flat market is quite a bit. I mean, I think some of that's also selling. Computershare charges a lot to sell your stocks. Yeah, they suck. Calls on UVXY, free money? Could be. You think lower price on Gmail can make it interesting for boomers, thus making it less volatile and more stable in the future? Yeah, it could make it a more attractive investment. I mean, that's kind of the point of a split, right? I don't think we're gonna lose like IV30 volatility, but we'll lose some price volatility, and that can attract longer term investors. How far dated are your Tesla puts? I have some for this week, some for next. I may roll the ones for this week, but we'll see. Not yet. Hey man, I just joined Billionaires. Did I miss that? Oh, thank you. Can you briefly explain what the risk and midlines mean in your charts and Pickles Fix? I get what PT is. But mid is like the midpoint of the expected move. This is a good time to like set stops. Or take some profits, depending on how much leverage you have. PT is generally the extent of the potential extent of the move. So once you cross mid, you're essentially following the trend. Risk is when you want to consider pulling back or averaging down, repositioning, or just taking your money off the table until you can get another entry. Up 105% on August 5th. Popcorn 15p. Still room for downside or just take profits? I mean, I definitely think there's room for downside. It's kind of tracking with GameStop. Yeah, I mean, how much time do you have? August 5th? So you got a bit of time. It can move back to like 14. You might even hit potentially it could hit like 12 or 13, and then I would say 13 is not really out of the question in the next week, into the end of this week even. Maybe set a stop now that you've like hit like 1x. Could set a stop at like 16 or like 95%. That way, if it keeps moving down, you follow. If it bounces back, you're out with and still capture most of your profits. Just an idea. Did AMC just split? No, they split. They didn't. They never split. They just released shitloads of shares. Thank you, sir. First puts I've ever bought. Did the opposite my heart and went with my gut. Learned a ton. Thanks again. No problem, Paris. We have earnings August 4th. Yeah, but he has August 5th calls. So unless he's going to roll them out for earnings. And that's, unpredictable. They might buy another mining company, right? God, I fucking hate Tesla today. Thanks, Chris. Hibernation time. See you later, Bithead. Have a good night. You see this buy back under 395 today? It might. I think it's just gonna kind of bounce between like 398 and 393 for a couple days. tomorrow's new home sales might hit it a little bit. We'll see. Is AMD a real stock? Yeah. I know about costs. We still think 398 is the peak of the SPY today. It's really unlikely it tests 400 again. It could, but I don't see it. Not currently. If you notice, like, all of the upside moves are losing volume really, really fast. Like, we'll start to get an upside move on the SPY, and then the volume will just start to dwindle, right? Like, we'll get this, like, surge of volume, and then it dwindles, right? And then keeps coming down. And then the run dies off, and then volume picks up to the downside. And, like, the downside moves, the volume is way better than the upside moves. Still a lot of repositioning, but yeah, I don't think it looks particularly bullish. Are we still thinking low 30s by end of week for GME, pending Fed, GDP? Time to sell weekly CCs. I sold some earlier today, a couple times now. Yeah, we could hit the low 30s by the end of the week. That's a bit of a stretch, but yeah, maybe like sub 3250 by the end of the week. Obviously, depending on the Fed, GDP, everything in the market depends on that this week, though, right? I think Snap's a good buy at the current price. Like, I own some at a higher price. I'll probably average down. If I can buy sub 10, I might try to average down my position to like $11. Should we wait for an IV spike for GME CCs? You could try to, but we may not get one. Another wooden ball. Would it kill these guys to put a different toy in the avocado? Good morning, Kirk. Can you please tell me how to turn $20 into $10,000 with 3 easy tricks? I'm trying to be a smart investor. Oh boy. No, I don't know, man. Yeah, buy an NFT and then hope you can resell it for $10,000. I can't wait till we go back to 20 fast, and Andrew left was early but not wrong. I think it'll be hard for us to break below 25. What do you think of wheat? I'm in it. I have a bunch of leaps. I think it's a good play. JJG is also a good one. If you want like a little more broad spectrum grain exposure. If Jimmy falls percentage-wise equivalent to Tesla split, 32 is roughly the floor. Feels about right. Yeah, I agree. Quick, someone make an NFT of Gherk. I have $19. No, not wheat. Do you like bread? Yeah, it's fine. Did you see my dad's tweet about the White House redefining what recession is? I'd like your opinion on this matter, even though you're inferior. I mean, the White House can't define what a recession is. That's not really in their executive powers, right? Like, a recession is still 2 quarters of negative GDP. Now, if they're saying that the GDP data is false, then that's another issue that should probably be addressed separately. When you teach us about weak upside on low volume, we must be careful on the downside low volume too. Well, yeah, I mean, like if you're moving down and you're starting to see rallies that are stronger and stronger, that does imply that the downside moves are the upside moves are gaining strength. Whereas like right now we see like longs losing strength. I'm long nuts and coffee bean. All the vendors in California are increasing their prices. Huh. Biden signed an executive action saying he gets to define recession. Shit. Not entirely untrue, OG rules. An RC double down purchase or buyout can increase BBY by how much as a guess in one day? $5? Oh, it can increase it more than that in one day. What's causing Jimmy to fall with such little volume? We have pretty standard volume. Like 4 million. So we're almost at like pre-split, we'd be at like roughly 1 million volume for the day. Nothing's really changed here, right? The price is different, but that's about it. Do we rip if the government redefines a recession? Probably not, no. They're trying to say, hey, this looks like a recession, but it's not. Which is, there is some truth to that statement. But the fact of the matter is 2 negative quarters of GDP equals a recession. Whether it's a sort of recession or not a recession, it's still a recession. Like, there's a hard line there. And you can't, like, they're trying to obscure it, but it's there. My wife's boyfriend bet our house and has me renting DVDs from vending machines. Oh boy. I'd probably short it. I mean, I think someone else earlier today put it very well. The float's a little oversold and they need votes, so a little bit of a rally, but I wouldn't bank on it being, sustained. You do a co-stream with Janet Yellen where you explain to her very slowly what a recession is. I think she's well aware of what a recession is. White House is saying it's only a recession when consumers aren't racking up debt for groceries. I'm not gonna lie. I was at Whole Foods over the weekend, and this woman in front of me with like a Hermes bag had her like 4 credit cards declined in a row for like $500 worth of groceries. So something bad's about to happen. Probably a recession regardless, but to be fair, MBER's complicated definition is more widely acknowledged than Shiskin's 2 negative quarters. True. Still not a good look. Thoughts on random length lumber futures and lean hog? Oh boy. Did you tell her about covered calls? No. I assumed that she was maybe already knew about them. Yeah, it was a mixed bag of stuff, Jen. Hermes will expense does not compare to the price tag of the bags we've got. Facts. It's true. She didn't look like the type that would have a family. Not saying that's not super judgmental and sexist, because it is, but she did not have a small dog with her. There's just like a certain don't give a fuck air that moms develop, and she didn't have that. I could be wrong. She could be a sociopath, but Target is for the poors. No, no. Dollar General is for the poors. Target's middle class. Whole Foods is just overpriced. Also, was it Jay Fresh's wife? I don't know. Maybe. We all judge at the grocery checkout line. It's okay. You are what you eat, right? Fair. Whenever things get boring, you could bring up the Tesla chart to show how long it went down before ups. My dumb ass can't find the date on Google. Oh, yeah, sure. Back here. About 5 days before it found a floor. Okay, we're starting to get some stabilization here. Jimmy might, yeah, I still think Jimmy is gonna find a floor somewhere around like 32.50 to like 31.50. We'll see. If we break this lower trend, that's pretty significant. Then we can move down a lot further. But until then, not really. I didn't pay for her fucking groceries. She had like 30 containers of bitchin' sauce. I'm not buying that crap for $7. And like cold pressed juices. You could tell she wasn't a mom because of how embarrassed she was by her credit cards getting declined. Like she got progressively getting more red in the face, and like a mom wouldn't give a fuck. She'd be like, "Here, do the next one." There's probably money on one of these. Like, the government telling you you're not actually in a recession is like your wife telling you that going down on her boyfriend isn't actually cheating. I mean, it's not truly a recession, but it has a lot of signs. I mean, there's probably a 40% chance in the like coming year we will truly be in a recession. Like all things, it is not necessarily so easily defined, right? But two negative GDP quarters is very bad for the economy, regardless of whether it's truly a recession or not. Is that a new view up hat? Yeah, it is. What are the negative consequences of lying on the IBKR application? Nothing. That's between you and IBKR. The Fed's not been propping the economy up, right? They've been doing quantitative tightening for like almost a quarter now. You'll know we're in a recession when old friends start contacting about meeting for beers and slowly begin to ask to borrow cash. Shit. So when my buddy wanted that loan for his house like 2 months ago, that was the first sign. You know what? I should have bought puts. What are the best stocks to sell CC on other than Jimmy, Tesla, I mean, BBBY sucks for selling covered calls on. I've become more and more attracted to the idea of selling covered calls on Docu. They're quite valuable, but the range isn't very good. But low upfront cost. I mean, for a buy right, it's not terrible. Right? $4 premium for 60. Let me see the percentage here. So it's 66 or 63. 63, 66 minus 420. And then if you sell at 64, that's like a $5 profit per share if you get assigned. It's not bad. Like IV's still pretty high on them, and the delta's decent. I think it's a good stock to own. So I've been considering that. Twitter's not too bad for the price range. Oh no, it's kind of shit now. It was better. The IV fell off on it. I can see what else looks good for buy rights right now. Give me a second. Ooh, GameStop's doing a little bounce. Yeah, Docu's 3.3% premium at the money. 12% for September. So not bad. How's Snap? Snap might be interesting. Snap's pretty good too. Also 12.1%. Not as good as Docu, but decent. Apple's really good, always. Apple's 4 point. Actually, Apple's not that great, is it? Hold on. Maybe not Apple. GME. Yeah, GME is still amazing. 16.4% for September 16s at the money. Amazon might not be bad. It's not that great though. It's like 6%. Son of a bitch. TQQQ is okay. Usually is, but there's some risk there. Google's kind of shit. What did I want to look at? AMD is decent, 8%. Docu's the best out of those, though, I think, that I just looked up. Did I surprise when Jimmy bounces? Shill. I mean, it hasn't crossed VWAP. Fucking relax. What do you look for to determine tickers that are good for cover calls or CSPs? I mean, generally you don't want to sell cover, like you don't want to do a buy right on anything that you aren't okay with owning at its current price. For cash secure puts, you just want volatility. Ideally, you want an underlying that you also are okay with owning. As you know, if you're assigned and the price continues to drop, you may have to own it for some time. Is Tesla weeklies of yours bleeding out? A little bit. It's okay. Tesla can move down very, very hard, very, very quickly. Also, I have 810s, and I can roll them if I need to. Also, still have the 385s I bought last week. Or 835s, sorry. How's Palantir been for CCs? It's basically shit. One of the few times that I did well on it, it was because I sold them in November, and I sold them at my cost basis in the money. So like in November, it hit like $27, and I sold 17 calls for like 3 months out. And that's why my cost basis is negative. But now, I mean, it kind of just sucks. It's not the worst for selling cover calls. It's not great. 11% for September 16s at the money premium. So it could be worse. It's okay. But you know, you own Palantir, so, and they don't make money. If you're okay with that, then why are you seeing those returns so quickly? You just use a calculator. Did you see OI Jan 2023 237.50 GME at 119K? Yeah, because it's split, right? It's not because it increased massively. It's just because it's split. So there's 4 times the number of open contracts. Cost way up on Apple settlement. I'm in at like 6. Oh wait, that's not cost. This is cost. I mean, I think most of the peak is already gone. You probably should have sold on a breakdown of VWAP. It might be coming back into the end of the day here. This will generate a bunch of FTDs because cost is so illiquid. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, even at this price, your profits are solid. China's going through another COVID lockdown. That's gonna fuck tech. Ooh. What does this company do? Oh, I like this. And it has a dividend? I mean, the yield's garbage, but... Huh. A terrible buy-in price. Interesting. Hmm. I don't hate that. I have to do some research on that one. Will I witness an RC double down in BBBY within my lifetime? Maybe. Sub $20 strike in the money calls coming in the last 30 minutes of GME. Interesting? No, probably just reversal trades. Sega up 25%. Yeah, that's the monkeypox play. It's like at the money premium. So you buy and you immediately write an at the money contract. OG rules. So you buy the underlying and like so Docu you'd buy like at 63, 66 and immediately write a contract for 64 for September, which would be where is it? 65. Which would be a $7.35 premium. So you know you're spending 6,399, and you immediately receive 735 back. Check phase. Why do you keep saying that? I don't care. What is this? Digital native lifestyle media platform. Gross. It looks super volatile. How does this company make money? Content creators? Gross. Well, it looks like it's runs falling off a cliff. Hmm. Someone buying them out? Jesus. Eh. Starting to become profitable. Maybe. I'd have to look into their financials more. The edging on these 34Cs is so real. It's not an actual ticker, turd. It puts a ridiculously priced. Market's targeting under $8 for them in the near term. Ouch. GameStop may be about to have a short run. No, I think it just got rejected. We might cross VWAP going into like the latter half of the day, though. Look at the spy puts, 390Ps for August. Look like a true degen play. Some dude on the internet bought them. Like he doesn't know JPOW is going to start the printer on Wednesday. Dude, that's not some dude on the internet. That's 50,000 puts. What do you think that's Wall Street bets? I have $1,000 limit buy for $18 GME. You think it'll strike by August 15th? Very unlikely that you'll get 1,000 shares at 18. That's super fucking low, man. You're targeting like sub $80. Like from pricing before? I don't know. You'd be lucky if you hit. I mean, I hope you do. That'd be awesome, but oops, that was me with the spy puts. Sorry. Market is crashing. 390p is going to print. Yeah, right now there's a lot of repositioning into the lower strikes. That looks good. The edging is too much. Tesla just doesn't want to give up. It's actually pretty rare that Tesla gets hung up at a price point like this. It won't last. It'll move hard in one direction or the other. Joby Aviation. High frequency trading, too much free float, low share price. Starting to recover a bit, but why? Up. Oh, and then revenue. Why did revenue tank in Q1? Like, or net income? Jesus fuck, their financials are fucking terrible. They're now making less money than they did last year. Q1 improved a bit over Q4, but they've lost some more assets. What are they, like, lease airplanes or something? Their debt's improving a little bit. Yeah. Our mobility company, fully electrical vehicle, vertical takeoff, eVTOL aircraft. Oh, so like even their products only like a hypothetical. It's interesting. Do they have like government contracts or something that we're not seeing here? Like what's supporting their R&D? Because it sure as shit isn't investors. VWAP today, 3409. Well, Jimmy puts through tomorrow a SOFA 40% profit and reposition on a potential upswing. Why is there a potential? I don't think there's a potential for an upswing tomorrow. If there is one, it's going to be very minimal. Tell these free members to like the stream. Well, most of them are hate watching. That's why Mr. Poopy Pants. Joby Aviation sounds like a company that's responsible for a plane crash. Are you bullish on Intel at this price point? Yeah, but like this price in 3 years. Not hypothetical, it exists. Like as a production model? Where are they going to get all the pilots to fly 4 fucking people around at a time? Airlines can't even find pilots right now. I don't know. I see some problems with it, Tankerific. I'm not saying it's terrible. I'd have to look into it more, but do you know anything about GEVO, a biofuel company? Not really. I've heard about them, but I don't know much about them. I'm not listening to music. You would hear it, wouldn't you? I'm not wearing headphones, see? I have reason to believe that the mortgage bond market is fraudulent. What gave you that impression? I'm a B77 pilot, B777 pilot. Nice to be mentioned on your stream. No problem, man. Pilot job, same as inflation hedge? I mean, it's not an easy, I don't think it's like an easy career path. What's up, Dominic? How you doing, buddy? No pilot license for Joby. So you think that people want to get flown around by someone who doesn't know how to fucking fly a plane? Just like random internet people summoned to fly you places? Dude, I don't trust my fucking Uber drivers in a city where the speed limit's 25 miles per hour everywhere. I definitely want to get in a fucking plane with them. Like a carnival ride. Seriously. Live a little. Yeah, I'll pass. Calls on SPXS? You could, but if the market doesn't move down quickly, they're just not going to do a lot. It goes 200 fucking miles an hour. I need a snack. What's Tesla doing? Still sucks. I don't want ice cream. To answer your question more earnestly about the fraudulent bond market, with companies cutting their expectations left and right and the market experiencing massive outflows, CMBS up? What the fuck? I'm not disagreeing with you. As someone who's personally short corporate bonds, I'm in the same boat waiting for them to go down, given that nothing is like they should all be fucking downgraded by now. And they're just not, right? Like they don't want to downgrade the bonds. Like Tesla's still fucking got AAA bonds. What the fuck? Trading at half its all-time high through ETFs. VCIT is a good one. What's up with BBBY? I mean, it's the same piece of shit that it was last week, trading at relatively the same price. What's the confusion? Are you still thinking we might see a bit of ups tomorrow, meaning possible good entry for covered calls? Yeah, we might see a little bit, but don't expect a lot, Hodler. Perhaps the argument in favor of Tesla is being perceived as some sort of value hedge, given how they're going through the chip shortage and years worth of backlog. Yeah, but those people can pull their orders. And rare, like commodities failures in the supply chain will still hurt them. That's why they have backlog, right? Just a reminder to cancel your pigeon whale. No, I'm not paper handing. I've seen what the life of a paper, like, then I have to change my roles on the Discord to paper handed bitch, and I'm not gonna live with that shame. unlike Hazy, who loves living with the shame because he likes to be punished. But that's a whole nother story. Riku. Fuck yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they're inflating the price to make TI not make investors skittish. Maybe. The Fed and GDP coming up this week, plus high chance of negative outcomes for both. Would $35 August 5th CCs be safe? I mean, that's, I don't have August 5th. I have July 29, or yeah, July 29s, but those August 5ths are probably good too. Byron at Loopring tweeted that the quarterly report is delayed as they are waiting for the green light from third parties. Could this be the quarterly report worth 10 quarterly reports? I don't care. I own Loopring. It's meh. Jeff Walsh, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
Thanks, Pong. Well, you did say today is going to be sideways. Yeah, well, today and probably tomorrow. Tomorrow could experience a little bit more downside, though, with the new home sales possibly missing. The problem is it's not really going to affect, like, most of the stocks I'm looking at this week. If you do want some exposure to that, maybe, like, short the finance ETFs. Because, you know, banks want to really be loaning at these high interest rates, but if home sales are down and demand is lower, that means, you know, banks could get hit a little bit. Have a bunt cake for your snack. Don't you fucking dare tempt me. That sounds amazing. Do I have a bunt cake in my house? I probably don't. Which one's a bunt? Is that the one that's like circular? I think it is. Spy 395p for Friday. Have a better entry tomorrow, you think? Maybe, but I would probably get a little more theta on them if you can. Dome shaped with the hole in the middle? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I'm gonna see if I have one. I'll be right back. I'm back. Why do I look so fucking yellow? Jaundicing? What's up, guys? Oh no, I have tiny bunt cakes. See? Can billionaires access pickles picks? Yes. This is the content I'm here for. Oh, there we go. Just drop more. You can do it. Ooh, look, Amazon's doing the thing. Anybody short Amazon with me today? You know how I knew to short it? Like technical analysis and fundamental analysis, all that aside, you know, volume, market mechanics, irrelevant. I sold covered calls in the money on Amazon again. So the price can only do one thing now, and that's go down. I will never be assigned. It is my curse to carry Bezos's bags for all eternity. Why don't I have mini bunts? I don't know. You can buy them online from Nothing Bunt Cakes. They deliver them to you. They're very moist. No, I'm long on T-Doc, but like I have leaps. I lost half a tooth. I believe it's in my belly. Well, I hope you poop it out. Tesla below 810, about to fall hard. Maybe. You know what it's about to do? It's about to retest 807 and then bounce back to 820. Because Tesla hates me. How do I access your merch store? I don't have one. Because I'm not a shill. Spy thoughts? What about it? I think it's going to drop into the end of the week. I'm quite short the spy right now. Expect Jimmy to bottom around 32.50 by Friday. However, this would only mean a drop of 3% for the week has just begun. At this rate, we might see sub $30. No? Well, no, because the acceleration to the downside is not a constant. Otherwise, every time a stock dropped, it would hit zero before bouncing back. No, I think that the rate of price decrease will slow. Sounds like something a shill would say. True. How does a shill access your shill merch store? It's only for it's for private shills only. Modern day Jesus of the markets. You know, you're not wrong, Mr. Poopy Pants. If I had to choose someone to compare myself to, Jesus would be near the top of that list. You need to create a shillionaire sub. So in an ideal world, you get margins so you can sell CSPs using the fake money as the secured cash and pocket the premium, then buy the contract back when profitable. It sounds amazing until you get assigned and then margin called. Love thy neighbor's wife as if it were one's own. Yes. As a shill, I can confirm that I'm long on dill pickle t-shirt from the online store. Thanks, turd. I've been AFK for like 2 months. What's up, fuck me in the pants? What's the most recent one sentence update on the possibility of MOASS? What are the chances that you stand in your backyard with a baseball glove and catch a meteor? Same like that. 8-1. RSS in shambles. The meltdown over there has been very entertaining over the course of the weekend. Imagine Pulp Fiction themed shirt that reads Freg's dead, baby. Huh. Same chances the SS mods don't have extra chromosomes. Oh, it's finally doing it. Die, you bitch. Fucking overvalued piece of shit. When you say overvalued piece of shit, are you talking Tesla or just the entire market? It's the whole market. How low do you think Tesla can close end of week? 778 maybe? Where's Jettle? I wonder how his Tesla calls are doing. Don't say angry things, Girk. Think of the kids. I like how you're keeping continuity in your name changes. You went from like Super Dan Man to Superman, formerly Super Dan Man. Now your weeklies are bad and K by more theta. Superman. Can you just change it to the viewer formerly known as Superman? What's carrying IWM? When IWM dead? So IWM's a little bit of a tighter play than the SPY or like NASDAQ would be. Mostly because I think moving forward, IWM's going to start outperforming the other big indices as more efficient mid-cap companies come to prominence. That's a longer term thing, but you know, should be prepared for that. So I wouldn't bet as far out of the money on IWM as SPY. Do my name changes have consistency? They do. They do. You went from Daniel Taylor to Daniel Taylor Shill to Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Is it worth it to track my cost basis manually? Sure. We're inversing the SPY. We're still capable of that post-split. Cool. Yeah, of course we are. We still have fails. Like, nothing changes. I was gherkin it and Gafgarian. I know you were. Turd. Been away today. Hopefully these haven't already been answered, but could you explain where critical margin price is now? Up your own ass. Also, why did RC move the NFT dividend date? Because he realized he couldn't release one. Is it worth it for me to chug wine? Probably not. I mean, we're gonna go slightly up, maybe, into the end of the day anyway. Thanks, Dan Dan. So you're saying I should buy long puts on the SPY. Got it? If you want to. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying you could. Maybe. You did say you only had $20, so yeah. Have you said a few words yet in honor of Fregsday? I did this morning. Frega's friend. I'm a better trader than you. No, you're not. How do you calculate your cost basis manually when you sell covered calls? Do you divide the premium by 100 and take that away from your CB? Yeah, you can do that. It's technically not accurate because one is income and your cost basis is unchanged unless you average down, but still fun to do. I sold a 150cc for August pre-split about 50%, up about 50% now. When would you normally sell? Should I take profits, re-enter? I mean, I probably would, because kind of that rule of thumb, up more than 50% with greater than 50% of the time remaining left. There's a legal method to issue an NFT that achieves the goal that super stalkers are hoping for. Ironically, DRS makes the fiduciary case for GME too. I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm just saying they won't. Look at them already trying to keep super stonkers off of their fucking NFT platform by banning all the things that super stonkers care about. What do you think about coin Kashikir puts? I feel like it's better to build a position during crypto winter. I feel like it's more like a Game of Thrones type of winter, Bobatron. Like it's not a seasonal type of thing. It's more of a it could go on for quite a while kind of deal. But no, I'm fine. I will say that there are far too many fucking people in my apartment right now. They didn't ban them yet, Snook Catcher. No more find love from bot. Don't worry, they'll be back. NFT platform has banned diamond hands, but they didn't say anything about moissanite, the second hardest mineral. Oh, Jesus. Since they banned diamond hands, is that same like RC telling us to sell? And if we're gonna wildly interpret corporate actions as you know, telling us what to do with our investments. I rolled my $40 covered call to $36.50. Am I doing this right? Did you make money from doing that? Do you ever play MSTR puts calls and then being so tied into BTC? Yeah. MicroStrategy? I have. I don't think they want to be seen as promoting the idea of holding their stock. That could be legally misconstrued. Nice, Mikas. Oh. Guys, if you're in Redbox, people have started promoting it in the chat on the stream. It's time to buy puts. The pump and dump bots are live. What if you added a weekly segment where you perform a trade on stream and narrate your way through it? I know you said you're not here to teach people to trade, but it could be a cool way to lower the repetitive questions and eliminate content creation on school stock because of clips. Hugs. That's a very Stefan question of you to ask me, Dominic. Maybe. I've done that before, right? Sometimes I get in the mood and I do that. I don't clip or save it, but yo, I tried TBLT and immediately trash danned it. What's trash danning? Is that a thing? Yeah, no, I know, no puts. I sent you a Kovi while you were gone. I'm not sure if you saw it yet. I didn't. Would you mind checking out my DM and responding to me on Discord later today? I appreciate you. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, after the stream, I'm going to leave it as a surprise for myself. It's position close only because they shut down the options chain because it was never supposed to be opened in the first place. CDJ, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
The OCC can do whatever they want.
While I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no
To
coke.
trash Dan, verb. To aggressively throw something away like you never want to see it again. E.g., I thought my baby was going to be an Uggo, so I trash canned it. Ah, nice. Cut it out, Elon. Is Elon just buying his own stock? I sold my CCs for 150 strike. I sold pre-split, so I was able to close. But since I haven't been delivered my dividend shares, I have to wait to sell more CCs. Interesting. Did you call your brokerage? Because today's the last day for due bill redemption. Quick, open a massive RDBX options position on Robinhood. That sounds like a terrible idea. Here's what I don't get. How do you close them if you can't sell them to someone? You just have to exercise everything? So maybe what's really going on with Redbox is market makers are trading options, but you're not allowed to. Right? Rick, thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Hmm. Price target on IWM below 178. I'm holding my far out of the money BBBY weeklies until tomorrow because RC has to announce his buy-in tomorrow, Tuesday morning. Isn't Tuesday morning just like another shitty dying retail establishment? I love how people ask you questions about share delivery when they should just call their broker. Yeah. My favorite is like tech support questions about trading platforms. They're just August 19s, Patrick. Can you take a look at Chewy? Why do people trade this stock? RC doesn't own it anymore, right? Yeah, I can pull back to like 36. Although I think their earnings were pretty good, right? Dork, how do you feel about this? Let me know. That's right. Turn around. Trade it because it moves, but they all move. It doesn't even move a lot. I'm having issues logging into WeBull. Is there something wrong with your servers? I guess people didn't stop feeding their dogs. Well, you know, in a recession, you keep feeding your dog. In a depression, you eat the dog. So really, feeding your dog now is a hedge. Looks like Cat shook off post X div drop and is in a pre-earnings run-up pattern. Yeah, I figured it would shake it off. I haven't gotten stopped out yet, I don't think. Did I? I did. What do you think about covered short straddles on GME? Yeah, those are probably fine. Just don't do naked straddles. You got any good uni dog recipes? Clip that? I wouldn't want that one being lost to time. I heard pugs have good fatty meat. That'd be the only thing they're good for. You realize you're a comedic genius, right? Yeah, I know. It's just genius. You don't need to put comedic on there. I'm playing Raytheon for earnings tomorrow. I'm thinking outside potential of 300%. Wow. That's really bullish. Just sold my first CC. Now we can rip. I asked you last Thursday about DVN and asked again this morning with no luck. I bought calls last Tuesday and printing earnings on the 1st. DVN. Devon Energy Corp. I mean, it looks pretty good. This resistance is really key though. D-pipe. I would probably have some stops set here, especially if you're already in the money. Just to protect your downside. You could set them wide if you're confident in the play. But maybe some stops, because you might get like a sell-off from here, and then the downturn in the market could bring this back to like this 55, 28 area. So be prepared for that. It may test the upper EMA first. But maybe just something to protect your profits in case that does happen. Because these can bleed out for a long time. And then like consolidate. If you want to see like an example of that, look at EPAM. See how like EPAM did the same thing? Like it kept breaking up, right? And then kind of consolidating and then breaking up again and consolidating. And now it's consolidating again. Getting tighter and tighter. Oh, like that. So watch for that happening. I mean, you can end up with a really good channel lock. The only thing I don't like about it is the range on it isn't very wide. So like, because it's like a $3 range in that channel. So there's not a lot of money to be made on the up and down side. Sold GME CCs at 41.25 and 42.50 last Friday. I'm up 75% on them today. You could roll them down or you could just let them expire worthless. It's up to you. No push from ETF FTDs yet. Come on. I don't think ETF FTDs are particularly high today. I think we've got like 8 more trading days before we start to see any significant like net short ETF FTDs. Remind me before I invest, never to get involved with a group of people that refer to someone as Kenny Boy. I'll try to. Had to walk away for a while today. What happened with Koss and RDBX? They both ran. Koss ran on the news of its Apple like patent case, and then RDBX just as a pump and dump. Because they rent movies out of vending machines. Is there still some runway on EPAM? Oh yeah, I'm still playing EPAM. I sold the last high last week, but you know, I'm gonna be buying back in on the dip. Absolutely. I just don't like playing the downside because the range is uncertain and it's consolidating, so you're getting higher lows. This is the problem with playing the downside on CAT too. Sometimes like these channel lock stocks, you'll start to get a series of higher lows. And this is like really shitty for playing the short side, right? You can confirm a bounce, play the long side, and that's easy, right? Like the range of movement is greater, but the downside is unpredictable because you know it's going to be higher, but you don't know how much higher. And then, you know, you end up going short on something and it bounces in like the upper channel. So you get something that's like moving like this and dropping into like a nice lower channel, and then it'll like bounce up and then come down like a little bit and then take off, right? And you know, you're always inevitably confident enough to buy puts here when really these were the only two that you should have played them on. Just out of curiosity, I ordered your reading list a while back. A buddy of mine tried talking me into including a satire market book called Orconomics, and I was wondering what your thoughts about it. I've never read it, so I don't really have any. I mean, sounds funny. When EPAM stock split so I can afford options? I hope never. Are the days of $200 Caterpillar over? Probably not. I think Caterpillar is still easily worth more than 200. What are your top 5 overvalued stocks besides Tesla right now? Airbnb, Uber, Meta, and probably Shopify. I don't think Netflix is overvalued. I think Netflix is actually kind of a good deal right now. DoorDash, yeah. Although their business is modeled more sustainably than Uber. Cat doesn't care if builders slow down. All those builders have contracts on their equipment. And infrastructure is going to pick up with the infrastructure bill rolling out, and that's just going to create more demand. Cat's got like back orders for like a year now. And all of those are like rental contracts, right? Like they have to when they take possession, it's for like a predetermined period of time, regardless of how their business success is. Blockbuster is undervalued. No, they're bankrupt. Because AMC is not really worth anything. So to say it's overvalued would mean that the value that it has is actually real. No, it's I mean like AMC's what, 10 billion market cap? It's definitely overvalued, but is it worth like playing the downside on? Probably not. Unless you're going to go long short and wait till they actually go out of business. The PE is pretty respectable. I don't think they supply anything, and I think users are flocking away from their primary like sales base. They make money on marketing, and Facebook I think is not doing as well as it once used to, and will continue to underperform. And while Instagram is popular now, it's easily superseded by something else. Don't overestimate the infrastructure bill. I'm a civil engineer, but it's still a good way to keep a lot of jobs going if we hit a hard recession. Yeah, I'm not. But you know, Caterpillar was one of the I think largest supporters of that, or they were the largest supporter of that bill. It benefits them a lot. Do you watch the NFL? No. At least BBBY has assets, which is not something AMC can say they have. Cat will also benefit if there's peace in the Ukraine. Yeah, they'll benefit if there isn't. So, I had a dream where I thought I was in your kitchen. The oddest part is that you were using an air fryer. It was definitely a dream. Would you hold 729, 805 overnight? I'm conflicted on this. I'm not. Oh, I should probably answer the question. No, I probably won't hold them overnight. There's no gold mine. They own like the company that they invested in has like the rights to mine gold, but not the money to actually get it out of the fucking ground. Unless Adam Aaron's getting his fat ass out there in the Nevada desert and he's gonna fucking dig at it with a pickaxe, AMC's not gonna have any fucking gold. IWM December calls sold or bought on Shift Search. It's looking like it's holding 180. Okay. I mean, it will probably for a couple days. You can wait if you want. There's just risk that you'll miss an entry if you do. Why the after hours rips have become rare? I mean, they weren't very common to begin with. What do you think their intent was for purchasing this thing, that piece of shit mining company? It makes little sense. To directly profit off of its purchase and for their buddies to profit. It's called fraud. It's been allowed to occur at a pretty massive scale with AMC. To be fair, if there was a movie of Adam Aaron digging for gold, I'd probably watch it. Even if I had to go to an AMC theater to see it. That'd be funny. His shareholders should take all the money that he made selling his shares and they should bury it under like 900 tons of rock and then make him dig it out on camera. In his underwear. How does Nicholas still exist? That's a good question. They are better at lying than the criminal activity they were accused of. Also, corporations are not liable for things. Well, not liable for the things that the people in them do. I think the CEO from then left, right? Didn't he get like ousted? What would you do with an 81390p on the SPY that are up 30%? You can hold or bail. It's up to you. I don't know what to tell you. It's your choice. I just want to say, you know, regarding AMC, if you guys want to feel a little sympathy, remember that before the Jan sneeze, these guys' shares were worth like $2, and now it's trading at like 15. You'd fucking sell too, right? Hey, we're doing an up. I did. Nice. Can you ask any legal people on stream if LLC names must be unique? I think they have to be within the state that they're registered. Well, they may not have to be what their DBA does. Immediately buys back covered call on the tiny bump. Never again. Oh, silly. What's there to be afraid of? Yeah, weeklies present faster decay and thus less risk of you know, the stock moving to the upside. Also, you know, if it goes in the money and you do have to buy it back near expiry, you're basically just paying the delta value. So cheaper to buy back too, if need be. That's on BBBY Jan 2024 20C leaps. Kind of far out of the money. I mean, did you read that proposal? They're targeting a share price of like $10 by 2024. Would you consider GME is still liquid after the split? No, or still illiquid? I think it's still very illiquid, yeah. Okay, cool. Any upside potential for GME, or is it still probably going down? We might see a little bump into like tomorrow morning, but I think mostly downside for the time being. AMC shares were worth $2 before their massive dilution, nonetheless. Yeah. If GME stays this illiquid for a prolonged period of time, would they have to release shares? Eventually. I mean, it's going to be a little more liquid now post split, a little more tradable. How can a 20K candle on BBBY at 208 literally not move the price a single cent? Could have just been like hedging a straddle, so it's a simultaneous buy and sell. Opened up BTC short with 65 times leverage drunkenly last night. Woke up pleasantly surprised with myself. Those are the best plays. Trading drunk futures is my vice. Any thoughts on why our OPEC cycle was so weak this time around? I mean, it shouldn't have been extremely strong because, you know, so much of it was diffused over time because, you know, we ran in May, right? And then we ran up a little bit in June and a little bit in July. The expectation of gaining exposure to each month's OPEX event, even though they are traditionally quarterly events, was because they were compounding obligations. So it was necessary to have exposure every month, as opposed to just targeting like this F-man cycle, right? Hopefully we're moving back to the previous cyclical nature of GameStop, and we won't see continuously compounding obligations. We may, but that makes it more volatile and thus more unpredictable. This Jimmy Pump would be a good CC selling opportunity. Yeah. Sort of. I mean, if it got in a range where it increased the value of the $35 strike, which it really fucking hasn't. Well, a little bit, I guess. 6% up. Still not amazing. Someone dropped 15 million on a September 810 Tesla straddle about 20 minutes ago. Nice. Is this Moana? No. Did you dump your Tesla puts? Absolutely not. Some of my puts are for August 5th. Some are for the 29th. If anything, I'll probably roll out the 29th puts. Win yacht? Probably not today. No, I didn't. But I'll be right back. 1 second. How much of compounding obligations is a fabrication value to sell us more of your covered calls? Well, like most of the data that I provide, it can be back checked. I don't need you guys to sell covered calls. I can just sell them to the market maker. Stop trying to make yourself feel important. Can someone explain what Moana is? Yeah, so somebody like donated $250 and spelled out Moana instead of MOASS. This was like back in, what was it, the June run or August? Both? Moana means family. Thank that viewer for asking. Thank you for asking. Yet, ironically, we've never gotten a Moana stream card. Probably because of Disney and the demonetization that would follow. Family means soul-crushing disappointment. Yeah, you're not wrong. Soggy Chip, I remember him well. I bought one of Girk's cover calls on Craigslist, held it until $27, and I'm trying to resell it on OfferUp, but at this point I might as well just put it in the penny saver. You know, I try to keep a penny saver ad going at all times in case any boomers want to buy my covered calls. Wow, that little ascending wedge on Tesla failed. Who'd have thunk it? It seemed kind of obvious, but yeah. Are the tickers on the bottom of the screen new? No, those have always been there. No, those aren't my positions. They're like my watch list and they rotate. It's very exciting stuff. So about one Mega Millions lotto ticket. Oh, the spare $2 I had when getting gas. I'll start BBBY MOASS on Wednesday when the check clears. Tell Tesla to stop influencing GME. They're very related in a lot of ways. Is now a good time for 2 DTE calls? It might not be. I know it's rubbing up right against that low resistance, Carl. And it's tempting. Mostly because you're so fond of rubbing up. But I'd be careful with it. The new homes sales tomorrow could have maybe a more dramatic effect than I have let on. I don't think they will, but they could. Like if they're really, really bad, it could put some hurt on the market. But Girk, I want to scalp 5%. Ugh. What's the point of even buying options if you're not going to make 100% profits? That's why you bought 100. Duh. Hey, Girk, will we see 35 again? Like today? Probably not. Hey, my Amazon position's already up 15%, but Tesla won't drop its fucking pants. Someone asked Pulte on Twitter how many homes he sold last quarter, so Carl knows what options to buy. Maybe you can actually give out some useful information for a change. What impact could bring 100% DRS float? Who gives a shit? I'll tell you what impact it'll probably bring is Ryan Cohn will release more shares. I added a special dynamic color changing EMA, SMA, WMA tool to the indicator last night. People are on your quant team are telling me they had to reinstall it to see the new feature. Just a heads up. Okay, I'll check it out. So I'm trying to get on the quant team, Stefan. Do you think this drop is shorting into CNS? Sure. And it could be. There could be a rally from CNS. If Pulte and I had fresh accounts with 25,000, who do you think could get to 100K first? My bet is that the person who can get to 100K first is almost like also most likely to get to 0 first. Probably. About September snap calls before earnings, thinking they would minimize the risk given the theta. I was wrong. I guess I'm diamond handing these, and we'll pray for $20 a share before then. Yeah, it sounds like it. Or just fucking eat your losses and move on. Can you add me to the quants? I promise to be super serial. Oh god. That's a Fruity Loops reference. Yes, the spy's doing exactly what I said it would do. You know what, like, leaning more on pickle picks has taught me recently is that I'm way better at trading other stocks than GameStop. Like, I've made a lot of money on GameStop, but I feel like I would have made way more if I'd just traded anything else. Like GameStop, I'm losing like 50% on fucking OPEX while I make 300% on Caterpillar and Tesla. Percentage wise, no, because of March. March skews everything. If you take March out of it, then yeah, I'm way more successful on Caterpillar. But March was nuts. Like Carl, it was really, really, really good. Like 7 to 12x each contract. There were a lot of contracts. Now you're playing Taku Popcorn. Oh, this is amazing. I finally got you back on Taku. Even I made money during March OPEX. It was hard not to. Do a lot of your pickles picks usually require large amounts of capital? No, not always. I mean, they require risk and knowledge of how to handle an options position. But I don't think they always require large amounts of capital. Define large. Are they wacky option strats or general ups and downs? They're pretty easy. They're not like, I'm not like talking about like obscure multi-leg options strategies. Puts on docu, same like calls on pen, paper and pen. Maybe. Tell whoever asked capital questions to stay away from Tesla. You don't like YOLOing $2,000 on a weekly contract, Carl? March OPEX convinced me to start playing OPEX. It hasn't gone that well. I mean, they went up. So all of them were like minimally profitable, but not worth like the time or capital. Right? Like I think I made like I averaged like 11% on June, and then I made like 8% on July, which is shit. I mean, it's fine for a week, like you can't complain, but it's not, you know, 100% like, or 1200% like March. Why is my docu put green? What is this color? You're welcome. I'm leveraging all my margin to print your puts, Popcorn Trader. You too will make money. I mean, you won't because you're going to hold those puts until they're worthless, but I know it's relative, but let's say more than 2K. Oh, no, I don't think any of them are that expensive. They're all options, right? So the capital deployment's low. The risk of that capital is higher. But very rarely will I have anything with contracts that are that expensive. Usually, like, I would say the average contract price is probably like between 300 to 500 a contract. Sometimes cheaper. I mean, shut up. We all fucking killed it in fucking March. Well, not all, but most. I know how to cut a Tesla contract and won't just sit there diddling my thumbs as it becomes worthless. Sometimes I have once. Okay, I haven't, but I've thought about it before. Print or zero? Why did GME do the split? Well, if we see insiders start selling their post-dividend shares, we'll know. If all of us little pickles weren't so headstrong on GME, would you still focus your stream on GME? I mean, it's still my largest shareholding by like a lot. I mean, my GME shareholding is 3 times? Almost 3 times, I think, the value of my dividend holdings. Yeah, almost 3 times. Pretty close. Looks like Jimmy split in MOASS after all. Nope. That's correct, Citadel. That's okay. You can boof it all and write forwards, but eventually you'll pay. Most you spend on a single play? Like 10% of my trading account per position. So 25 to 50,000, depending on which account I'm using. Jimmy's second only to Tootsie Roll calls. Well, that's just because the 2 calls I bought triggered a Gamma Squeeze. Favorite dividend stock? I really don't like dividend stocks very much. I have some because it's like the responsible thing to do, I guess. Or just like in case I fuck up real bad and lose all my money. So I own some like a few dividend stocks, but I wouldn't say any one of them is my favorite. Oh, maybe Alexander's are both really good. Like nice fat yields, but ultimately they still suck compared to selling covered calls. You can do like if you have good covered call stocks, you can do 9 to 12% returns on your holdings every 60 to 90 days versus a dividend which is going to yield, like 4 to 8% over a year. Like I don't know. I think dividends are kind of shitty. Like which is I mean I have them, but they're shitty. My docu contract playing peekaboo with being in the money, same like me clenching cheeks after eating too much dairy. Probably, yeah. You're just waiting for explosive downside. No, not a good entry for puts on cat. Too much support. Touchy tips, touchy rips. I mean, I'm taking my time slowly with these plays. When I bought a put on docu, it opened for 455, sold it for $100 profit in like 8 minutes. So not larget capital. I don't know what that word's supposed to be. Like largest, but that wouldn't make sense. Dividend stocks seem like grown up. It's a trap. Yeah, it is. See, cover calls are same like letting your friend borrow your Pokemon deck until the tournament, and then you're like, I need that back. Right? Yeah. You guys get it. Don't act like you don't. That reference hit you all in the feels. Where is Big Downs? Probably Wednesday. Yeah, there's dividend ETFs. I own some of them too. They just suck, man. I'm just gonna be honest with all of you guys about dividends and diversification. It's just shit. Puts on cat? How many times has Pi-Fi said he doesn't like playing puts on cat? I don't like it because it can turn around. Its supports tend to be really, really strong. And its downside is unreliable. It's not like gonna drop back to the bottom of its channel, right? So like, at like 169, you were targeting like a move like up to 182, right? But like at 182, it might only drop to like 176 before bouncing back up to like 190. So yeah, I wouldn't fuck with the downside. It's better just to wait it out and then get back in at the bottom. What do you consider those good CC stocks? Google, Amazon, Apple kind of thing? Yeah, I have Amazon and Google. Recently, Google and Amazon. I didn't used to have them. I have Tesla. Tesla's a really good covered call stock. If your cost basis is low, if it's like I just bought shit that I liked, right? And then like over time they became very good for covered calls because my cost basis was so low compared to the current price. Like I bought a lot of my like long positions, which well, a lot of them back in like 2020. Some before that, but like after the COVID crash, coming out of the bottom of the COVID crash. Why is November called Frag? Well, because Frag left and then November happened. So it became Fregsday. Me and Frag were best friends. We would go to Walmart and use our platinum status customer service cards and like whip them out at the self checkout to impress girls, and then we'd do donuts in the parking lot. It was super cool. If you set your cover call slightly above the cost basis, is there any way to lose money on the trade? Technically, yes. If the price of the underlying drops significantly below your cost basis, you've lost money, just maybe not money you care about. I'm so glad now that everybody has more shares so you can experience just a touch of the pain that I used to feel when the price dropped. It's a lot more sensitive, isn't it? Freg left, and now I'm your best friend. I even made a video about it. I saw. Tesla under 805. Yeah, but my options still not worth anything. How long would it take you to flip 25K to 100K playing with options? Average? 3 to 6 months. Playing it safe. If I got lucky, though, I mean, that's the thing. You can get lucky, and you will sometimes. And things just go your way and then keep going your way. So it can be a lot faster. It can be slower. Best meal you've had under $50. Like out? I would say my own cooking, but my eggplant parmesan, the ultimate secret of Pickle Financial. I'm gonna serve it at the fucking shareholders meeting too. That's my dream. After I create my product range of ETFs, we'll have a once a year shareholders meeting where I won't attend because I don't want to be around you people, but I will send eggplant parmesan. Price target for Amazon holding through earnings? Probably not. I mean, I'm up like 20, almost 20% right now. We'll see. When's their earnings? I always forget. I know it's this week. Wait, they don't have earnings. There's no earnings. FUD. I don't believe you. Oh, they do have earnings on Thursday. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably sell them before then. It's Thursday, right? Like the market's gonna be shit by then. Why isn't it listed? Was it like a surprise earnings? Also, they just had a fucking earnings in April. Well, I sure as shit I'm not going to sell them until it drops below 120. My price target's like 116, roughly. It could go lower if I held them longer, but earnings could fuck that up. So I'll probably bail before earnings, and then hopefully it doesn't drop too hard after earnings, so I can get back in. Hey, look at that. I bought this fucking option for it to be worth exactly as much at close as it was at open. In Futurama, when Fry had to leave Seymour behind because he gets trapped in a freezer and sent to the future, how much did it hurt you? A lot or a lot? It's a lot. I'll never be the same. Apologize for what? I'm just waiting for the warrants you promised me. Listen, we're not supposed to talk about the SST warrants in public. God damn. Spy broke 393.70. Cool. I don't know if that's the target. I think it's 393.30. Hold on. I gotta double check. Yeah, it's 393.58. That's where it needs to drop below. It's getting there. So close. Look at it. Okay. Let me stop looking at it now. The mega cap earnings cycle, I'm going to try to see if I can't sniff out their customer credit programs and how much they're making from them. Probably a lot. But how many of them have them? Like Apple doesn't, right? Amazon does, but it's not like the credit's not provided by them. It's like someone else. It just feels too soon though, quick name. I don't like it. I got some August 4 SPY 394p. The market can crash now. Said everyone with a put ever. Holding the 8.5s overnight. The Tesla ones? Absolutely. Those are actually in the money. The 835s from last Friday, I think I should probably cut though. Cause they're starting to, like, the theta's no good. So I think I should, yeah, I'm gonna put a stop on those now in case this bounces into close. Should I cut the 805s? Open them back up tomorrow. Tomorrow's T+2. How much of that run got, yeah, maybe. Well, you know what? No. Nope. Why did RC move Amazon's earnings date? I don't know. It's fucked up though, right? I still haven't received my Jimmy stock split yet. Based on the T+2, I think that's a thing. I should see them by tomorrow, correct? I need to know if I can feel like a big boy. Yeah. You should get them by tomorrow. Today's the last due bill redemption day. I think after today, if brokers have still failed to return shares, they have to pay either like they either have to pay you the current borrow rate or they have to pay a fine or both. So they'll be encouraged to have them all done by tomorrow at market open. Why is XYZ Pam American talks about yours culinary confused Europore? XYZ Parm? Oh, it's like Parm. I don't know. I can't remember the Italian. Parmigiana de Mela, Melanzane? Right? Is that? I don't know if I'm conjugating it correctly. Parmigiana de Melanzane or Melanzane? Melanzane alla Parmigiana. Thank you. Amazon credit is provided by a firm, not for their like Amazon credit cards, but yeah, for like you can use a firm on Amazon. Why do you think that all insider decisions so far are taken for greedy reasons? What's the point? Get richer people already billionaires? Well, yeah, because the only goal is to be rich, right? So that's what they do with their time. So you can almost always assume that people will do the thing that benefits them the most, or they'll attempt to within their scope of knowledge, right? It's a really good presumption to make about people in all walks of life. Sometimes people will surprise you and not do that, but the majority of them will do that. Why did RC move these questions being funny to never? Yeah, I don't remember them ever being funny, actually. I just thought they were always annoying as fuck. This split for GME may be the best thing to happen for me. I gave up on playing it until OPEX, but only doing Pickles picks the last 2 weeks. I actually think I could make a living off of your picks. Yeah, I know. I really need to start like a hedge fund. Parmigiana de Melanzane. Parmigiana de Pigeon Whale. D. I'm gonna translate pigeon whale into Italian. Piccione balena. Piccione balena. Nice. When do you think we'll get some spicy new DD? Dude, I just translated pigeon whale into Italian. What the fuck do you want from me? What's up, who's coughing now? Where you been, man? I'll be that guy with the Jenga tower in the meetings with potential investors. Nice. Yeah, you know, Dork, with your your lack of bullish assertions and constant bearish take on the economy, you may not be the best person to pitch to investors. We need someone more. Where's Monster Buddy when you need unreasonable bullishness? You have to remember, even rich investors, big dumb. Oh my, Jake Freeman is tied to, possibly employed by Volaris Capital. Who the fuck is that? Do pigeon whales have a language? Yeah. You were right about Italy. It was trash. No flavor, just Chef Boyardee at a markup. Puts on Italy. Yeah, it's super shitty. I tried to warn you. Holding your Baba overnight. I made money in the AM and bought back in on weeklies earlier this afternoon. I didn't even check the position. Am I up? No. I guess. I guess I'll hold it overnight. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? It still looks like garbage. And now China's got like new lockdown fears circulating, spinning up in the news cycle. So that'll be good. Could be Evans. Went on vacation for a month at a cabin in the North Woods. Oh, nice. How north were the woods? iTimes got you, fam. That's true. Play the new VUP song for Tesla to close above 805 so we can full port into puts and be rich by the end of the week. Think about it. It's tempting. I think Tesla's going to do that anyway. How do I upgrade to a billionaire from a Cornichon? I can't find it. J Palapotamus. I don't know. I think you just go to upgrade. Like you go to the membership thing, I'll give you the option to upgrade. Thank you, Wagon. Pickle song before you go. Pickle song before you go. Really? Is it that brazen? It's just a dollar bill icon? Jesus. Think you'll do a trilogy 4 thesis now that we are post-split? New era we were heading into. I may. Hmm. Interesting. He can't possibly be after his money fix if he doesn't know how to get us to spend money. Yeah, I really don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, you don't need to become a whatever billionaire. 4x in 6 to 9 months is incredible. How long do you think it would take a billionaire with your pickles picks to turn 25K into 0? 1 or 2 days? I don't know where to find. I didn't find where to upgrade, but I did find where to have free super chats. Congratulations! Not to be communicating with the poor, but that's all you do to upgrade. Go to the subscriptions tab. Okay. Take me up before you go, Gurk, because I'm not ready for the Moana candles. Nice. That works. Yeah, nice alliteration. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Possibly. Wasn't I up like 50% on spy puts on Friday? I know I was up 50, like 60% on SPX. See, that's what I would do if I had a $25,000 account. I would just short the fuck out of the spy and then sell my options at 100%. Boom, one day. Well, 1 week. 25,000 to 100K. Done. Fucking easy. It's not. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. But, it, you know, you could. Have you bought all your spy puts? I think I'm good. Yeah. There was a moment today where I was able to buy some more 390s below my cost basis. Too late. Can you make a school of stock video on how to YOLO 25K into 100K? I mean, if you have the right setup, it's not that hard. Like, what? Like, the other week, EPAM went up. What did it go from? It went from 295 and peaked at 336. So if you'd gotten 300 calls, you'd have like 2x, 2.5x. I mean, in hindsight, obviously, it's easy to pick these out, but this was a pickles pick like 2 weeks ago, right? There were some other good ones. I've been on a fucking roll for the last year. I mean, not all of them hit, of course, but a lot do. Caterpillar would be up. Oh, I did the math on this too. Like 1,780% so far this year. I want to backtest all my pickles picks now. That sounds way more fun than streaming. All hot dogs are tacos, so yes. You make a school of stock video on how to upgrade to billionaire. I think you just go to the membership link in the description below, J Palpotamus. What's up, Alyssa? Was scared y'all'd be gone. Nothing's changed. Nah, we're still having a blast. Can you see the Discord members' linked YouTube accounts? No, it's on their end, not mine. Fi. I know because I did it. Congratulations, man. Mike, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. What format are pickles picks? Is it just high level? Here's a stock I'm keeping an eye on. Does it have timeline and price targets? Yeah. I mean, I have like price targets and a timeline and like what my planned position is. Sasan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to Billionaire, dude. I've only picked the ones that don't hit. It's kind of hard. What's your PT on Amazon this week? Like 116? Basic Gurk, this isn't a GME community anymore. It's a BBY community now. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that stock, so it's like... It's so boring. It's not like GameStop where we have like crazy cool cycles and fun things happening. It's just shorted into oblivion and doing nothing until some massive catalyst comes along. I ordered a chicken and egg on Amazon. I'll let you know. Thanks, D-Pipe. Based on BBY's chart, I can confirm that CNS is closed. Reiterate that this is a place to learn, not blindly follow. It is, yeah. I mean, Pickles Picks are designed to teach you guys how to find your own trades, not to try to copy mine. I don't know how good of a job they do at that goal, but I hope they do. Pajama Samurai, welcome to Dillionaire.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in
Sasan.
hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the
Snap at 40. Visa, XRT, and Wheat would like to have a word. Dude, Visa does nothing but make money. But yeah, Snap sucked. I made money on XRT. I've not... I think I'm net down on Wheat, but I'm still in it, so that's not fair. Now in October, when Wheat's still trading at $8, then you can give me shit. Also, Snap printed, right? I think it did. I remember making money on it and then carrying my calls into earnings and getting destroyed. Which membership level for Pickles Picks? How big of a bankroll do I need? I mean, you don't need to actually trade them with real money. You could use them for paper trading and practice and learning how to trade. Keep them Dillionaires. They don't belong in the Royal Pigeonwell Society. Why BBBY rocket when CNS closes? Might have high FTDs? I don't know. It's interesting. It rocketed after, like, well after CNS closed. I don't know why it's going up right now, though. It is interesting. Oh, it should break back above $5, so it's not a fucking penny stock anymore. Maybe Cohen's buying some OTC orders for 2,000 shares. Who knows? Someone else is buying some. I feel like this is going to turn into a shit show between like BBBY's debtors and Ryan Cohen. I'm here for it though. I like shit shows. They're my favorite market mechanic. Ain't nobody got time for that. My lent out shares in a broker has gone down from 30% to 8% since the split. Is this relevant? No. If I put all the capital I lost into GME and Pickles Picks, I'd have so much more money to lose on GME. Do you put that bad juju on West? Johnny BS and CH, the Pajama Samurai. Guys, thank you so much for becoming Dillionaires. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you all added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. They also help us work on managing positions. I've been trying to focus more on that in the descriptions lately, like walking through what I plan to do with the trade instead of just like putting down the trade. But it depends on how late I'm up that night. Are you gonna keep giving us picks forever, right? Right? I don't know. How come no upside after the split? RSS told me there was no way they could stop it. Was it crime again? Because you're criminals? Curse you criminals? Shakes fist angrily. Hey man, I'm just happy the fucking bid-ask spread's still staying nice and wide. I already wrote some CCs today. I'll probably write more tomorrow. Famine play ends mid-October. All grain serial numbers should be in by then. Yeah. It hurts closing those August calls, though. Fair. Ah, yes, the classic intraday cup and handle formation that faded into the shit show formation on the 1 minute. I'm seeing chatter about lumber futures, seeing a surge in volume on the back of a new futures coming to market on August 8th. Thoughts? Ooh, could be. I mean, are you going to play the contract directly or just exposure like via an ETF? J Palpotamus, congratulations on finally figuring out how to upgrade your membership. I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys all so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Pressure is on for next week's pickle picks? No, not really.
Cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to
Did you think volume would be this low after a split, or did you envision more liquidity? I thought we'd see a bit more, actually. I'm kind of surprised how low it stayed, but that's good, right? That means people are fucking not selling. Any BB, I mean, some sold. Don't get me wrong. There's been some selling, but not as much selling as you would expect. The problem with selling is it propagates more selling, so that's not great. But Jimmy on its way to its lowest volume day since the 29th of April. Is it? It's got to be above that, right? 5.12. It's a little over 1.25 million. Yeah, it's one of the lower volume days this year. Bullish. Less volume equals more fails. Or, well, less fails cleared at least. Not necessarily more fails, but... Is OPEX over? Never. There's always another one. Fucking BBBY running up enough that I almost want to fucking sell covered calls on it. I'm not singing anything. MOASS, 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 no way. No way, MOASSA. It's time you knew. Kenny's got time to boof all over you. All over your greeted. Beautiful. Thoughts on Baba? Seems to have dipped this morning, then bounced hard back up. Yeah, well, just another opportunity to enter, right? I bought more $100 puts, so we'll see. I really don't like carrying Baba overnight. It's really risky, but I'm going to do it anyway. My mistake with Baba was I didn't enter puts at open. If I'd entered puts at open, I would have sold them, right? But I didn't. So now I'll just look for it to leg it back down on this weak ass bounce. So 101. Well, if it hits 101 again, I'll probably buy some more. But 198 puts. Win SPY to 2. Probably not in your lifetime. The great thing I appreciate with Pickles Picks is it exposes to stocks I would have not have considered. Jimmy is cool and all, but money knowledge is cooler. Thanks, Kirk. Hashtag spy pets. Can I request a song when I join? Are you becoming a pigeon whale? Sure. I know Jimmy can go down over time. Still bullish next 2 months, but I feel like I missed puts or CCs this week. I mean, yeah, you probably missed puts last Friday. I bought some puts at market open on Friday. I mean, they're in the money, but I'll probably sell them soon. I really don't like how much we're stabilizing, so I don't think there's a lot left to squeeze out of them. How come volume in GME and BBY was flat the last 2 days? Is it crime? They shut down the market because of the split? Of course. That thunder? Still a chance for ups tomorrow, T+2? I don't think so. I don't think there's any carryover gamma imbalance. Is cat going to keep going up the rest of the market goes down tomorrow? It's outperforming quite a bit today, especially into close. It could. Cat's kind of, well, the beta's a little negative. So it can inverse the overall market, but that's because it's like a high value stock. Why am I looking at Baba? I don't give a shit about this. Fucking like $1,000 YOLO. Probably supposed to get hammered with thunderstorms tonight. Fantastic. When will you be looking to flip long on Baba? Well, after it goes down. So undervalued. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I just think it's gonna take a long time before confidence is built up that it's actually undervalued and not just a highly risky investment. There might be ups or downs from ETF creation redemption transactions hitting the settlement window. Possibly. I don't know. I'm just sticking with the Jenga tower. Do you know a way to buy puts on Matt Core's port? Swaps will also be acceptable. I imagine you just go look at his port and buy puts. Why are your Tesla puts still red while in the money? They're weeklies and they burned a lot of theta throughout the day. Also, IV dropped. It's okay. The rate of theta decay has now lowered because they are closing the day in the money, so that's a positive. Bobby hit 5? That's kind of cool. Why the fuck did Ford bounce? What news did I miss? Oh, weren't we talking about Ford bouncing last week? I was talking to Popcorn Trader about it. BBBY no longer a penny stock. As long as I don't have to see, 1/100ths of a penny displayed on the screen, I'm happy. Yeah, you kind of blew him off. Well, I hate Ford, so that's why. Look at your Tesla. It means we should not trade weeklies. And yet, I mean, they made money on the long side of it. This short straddle is not performing well. The one I bought higher up is doing okay. That long straddle, not short straddle. These aren't sold. I love Ford. I have so much Ford. I believe it. Yeah, I wouldn't buy any American-made vehicle ever. Actually, they're not even made in America, are they? I wouldn't buy any American brand vehicle ever. Unless it was made before 1976. Do you have a stop limit on your Tesla put? Nope. How much nicotine percent? I don't know what it is in percentage. Like the concentration. It's 8 milligrams per 30 milliliters. Shut up. Why do you hate Ford so much? I don't own any of their vehicles. I'm not an idiot. But the F-150 Lightning gonna be huge. No, it's not. Most people can't even afford it. Vape 8 milligram. It's salts though. It's super low. It's not freebase. Cavano, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it.
That's because I'm not really sure of the concentration, because I never look. I don't know what brand or flavor. I don't care. You smoke bath salts and don't freebase? That's how I know that this is all an illusion. The lowest concentration I can get is 35. How do you get 8? The place I buy it from makes it in-house. So, like, if I order 10 bottles at a time, he'll make them whatever concentration I want. I've slowly been lowering it, but I need to maintain some level in order to deal with people. BBY starts running, checks options chain, cost basis isn't listed. Big sad. Would the second or third model year of Lightnings be popular with construction companies? Why? Because they're EV? I don't think so. Broke from tradition and grabbed some kava this weekend as well. Can confirm twice in 1 week is totally worth it, in case you were wondering. I wasn't, but I'm really happy that you were able to do that with your free time. Billionaire WM. What pretty safe date for covered calls on GMU? The cost basis of 101 on a split. Pre-split. I mean, it's up to you. I'm assuming that you're afraid of assignment. You don't want to be assigned. Finally, I wheeled GME. So it's a decent plan to sell CCs and CSPs with a delta of roughly 0.3, avoiding assignment to collect premium, reduce my cost basis. Yeah. Rolling them if boof and game porn otherwise. I don't know about roll if boof. I would say close if boof. Gain porn otherwise. EV fleet vehicle orders equals big VUP, so the manufacturer pulls it off. Looks like it's going to be Rivian. I think they're going to be extremely popular amongst construction companies. It's possible, but I mean, can they really afford to have downtime on vehicles like that? for the charging process. I mean, the cost of the downtime could be pretty extraordinary. Can you tell the SPY to stop going up? No. It will do what it wants. Charging at a remote site by local generator would be super expensive. Yeah. I can see a lot of issues with that, actually. Does Rivian have hot swappable batteries? I'm not sure. No, Rivian's working with Amazon to do a contract for their delivery vans. That could be profitable. When you wheel, do you try to stay close to the money in weekly strikes? And you want to be closer to the money on the CSPs, at least. Because, like, when you're wheeling, you're trying to maximize premium, really, without getting assigned. So you want to sell CSPs at the highest possible premium, but never face assignment. That's the ideal way to wheel, is to just never be assigned, ever. If you're never assigned on CSPs, you're wheeling perfectly. Kind of serious, but I don't know. House of Dragons comes out next month and will boost HBO subscriptions. Any play there? I know I will get HBO only for that. Sure, but like the revenue from that probably won't be realized for a couple quarters. At which point it could already be priced in, right? No, they're not going to be long haul. They're going to be like from the fulfillment center to the doorstep, like the short leg of the distribution chain. But still, I mean, that's a lot of fucking vehicles. Don't worry, boo. You can tell me I'm wrong in 5 years, but literally every site engineer and super I know is buying one, especially on the Gulf Coast, where you can use it to power your home with hurricanes. All right. I keep getting a server error trying to buy a membership. I don't know. Contact YouTube support maybe, or just like Google the issue. HBO owned by Warner Brothers. I thought they like sold it off. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know who owns them. I know there's a stock for it. I can't remember the ticker though. Spy going for that 0% day. I'm back to poor after Junopex miss on Jimmy. Now I'm playing Tesla. Goes to 785 by August 12th. Probably not a terrible play. It's looking good. Like this breakdown is looking really good. If it can break below 800 overnight, I think it's really gonna move. No, AT&T sold it off. But I don't know, I don't remember who bought it or like what the ticker is. Selling off a chunk of ACN though. Interesting. Why Ford? How's the yield on Ford? Is it any good? It's not even that bad. I mean, 3.12. Like, it could be worse. Especially if you have a cheap cost basis. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't growth potential. There is, but it hasn't done that well. I think we talked about it like or towards the end of last week, right? So it's been improving. It's probably going to get rejected with the market downturn, though. Imagine if you bought it at the peak of the COVID crash, knowing that it would always be propped up by government contracts. Tesla pump faking into close. Whatever. What are these end of day bull pushes? The past 2 trading days on the SPY. Probably like a little bit of like sell side relief, like tiny bear rallies, as they reach like oversold. With RSI so low on the GME hourly chart, MACD get ready to cross. Aren't we in for ups? I want to sell CCs, but I think it may be time for calls. Not unless we've broken with all previous GME price action and are going to just start running randomly throughout the month. I mean, MACD and RSI are both trailing and not indicative of anything happening in the future ever, which is might be something to consider. Tyler Clark, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. No, I'm not a Congress inside trader. What's up, Chicken Tender Daddy? Oh wait, I thought you got murdered. Welcome back to life. Or are you Chicken Tender Daddy? What do you got, Dork? What's this? Tesla? Ooh. Oh, it's gonna go down so fucking hard. That's exciting. Even if the divvy didn't give us MOASS, it allowed us pores to start selling CCs. Sort of like a MOASS, right? You know, the CC thing, it's like, depending on your income, $100 or $200 a week extra in your pocket legitimately can change your life. Especially right now. You ever eat frozen burritos? At least once. My money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. What share count makes you poor? Well, now if you're sub 100. Oof. Without CCs and Jimmy, I'd be back to living at home. This has been insanely lucky. The NFT dividend was the CCs all along. It's true. How have you been doing on them, Zakura? I mean, it's not gonna be enough money to pay for that new baby, but it's a start. Spy not dead? Yeah, it's not really alive either. Struggling to break even for the day. Ding ding. There goes the closing bell. Spy, still shit. Yeah. Just flat. Flat day. So Jimmy, you know, still continuing its downside into close. We might be starting to find some stability in this like 333, 32.50, $31 range. This is where our resistance kind of zone was previously. So I think it's a safe assessment to say that we'll find a local floor in this range. Maybe into the end of the week. We'll see how you know, the SPY continues to perform after the Fed meeting on Wednesday. I won't be playing CGT on earnings. Oh yeah. Pickle song before you go. I'll think about it. Can you sell CCs and after hours? On the SPY you can, I think. SPY's still ripping. Is it though? No, the volume's like gone. It'll slow down. So yeah, you know, SPY basically flat on the day. A little price improvement over Friday's close, but not much. I think we can continue to expect chop into maybe, well, new home sales tomorrow could have a pretty big effect depending on how hard they miss. And that's at, oh, is it 10 a.m. tomorrow? So that'll be like the first real test of uncertainty into the rest of the week. Yeah, 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're gonna get the new home sales for June. Depending on how much that misses by, that'll probably have a big effect on tomorrow's outcome. And then, you know, Wednesday's the real big day with the durable goods orders and the Fed rate increase. So probably still more chop, more opportunity to enter the long or downside, whichever you prefer. No, SPY didn't have earnings today. How GME have 5.2 million volume? Average is usual under 2 mil. We haven't actually had like under 2 mil average volume, I don't think, for some time. Our volume has actually been higher. This is like one of our lower volume days for the year, I think. You can trade the SPY options until 4:15. My SPY puts are in trouble, or you're a big weenie. But either way, we'll find out tomorrow morning when I see you guys all again. Thank you all so much. Have a great night, guys. Strike, welcome to Dillionaire, buddy. This is for you.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.